Okay, welcome everyone. We are back for another tournament game, it looks like. The captains themselves, I will get for you now. Because we had a couple of mix-ups, we've had a couple of change-ups to the lineup, so it's going to be Claw, Dr. Claw, sorry, didn't mean to take away your MD from you, and versus the Soldier. So two very strong captains going up against each other. Now, if any of you have anything to do over the next 45 minutes, you feel free to go and do it. We have all the time in the world. Picking will take forever. And yeah, I've got one or two things I need to set up. And if the music's coming in a bit loud, let me know. Or if the mic is a bit off, let me know. We've got a few things that we've got a little bit of time here to set up. So effectively, we're just going to I'm going to plug away a few things in the background. And before we know it, the game will be on. And we'll be going. King of Gugu, welcome, mate. Welcome back. Another tournament game, mate. Another tournament game. It's going to be great. It's on Have a Nice Day. So, will we see Purple Spam? Have we seen anything other than Purple Spam? Is the purple era Christian rap? Do you really want me? Hang on a minute. Okay. I'm going to look on my thing. I'm going to type it in right now. Music. Okay. It's logged me out. What? Log me in. What are you doing, bro? Hang on a minute. I was just on. I'm getting trolled, boys. Getting trolled by my own music provider. There it is. Okay. What? Oh, damn. Music has gone down for a second. Holy, give me a... My app's just kind of screwed itself. I typed in Christian and it just absolutely detonated itself. Yeah, it's going to take a while, mate. I'm hoping that after this tournament we find a way to speed things up. That being said, that has not happened yet. So let me get my login back into my music thing. Oh, let's try something new. All right, I'm going to type in Christian rap. Chris. There's no way. Oh, rapping Christianity. Oh, I think we found something here, guys. Okay. Christian rap. Christian rap? Contemporary Christian. I'm not entirely sure what we're about to hear here. But I hope you feel uplifted. I hope your chakras are realigning. How do we feel about our Christian... Do you know what? We'll give it a second, right? Let's be uplifted. Let's use this as a spiritual time, this next 30 or 40 minutes, to have an attack on our chakras, also known as a chakra attack. And let's enlighten ourselves. Let's get ready for a spiritual game of biter battles. Can you hear the music? Do I need to turn it up, or is it coming in nice and clear? I feel like I need to turn it up a little bit. Just a little bit. It doesn't really sound like rap music, does it? I'm going to be entirely honest. I am not sold on the rap element of this. Or the Christian element of it. This just sounds like he's listening. Do I skip songs? Would Jesus be angry at me if I changed the playlist? Yeah, this doesn't sound. This just sounds like happy rock music. You know, you find it on a contemporary Christian. Here we go. Oh, it's its own genre. Okay, all right. Contemporary Christian. Why are they all 75 beats per minute? Let's listen to some vocals. Let's listen to some vocals real quick. Hector Gabriel, shout out. What a voice. Am I ever gonna get there? Am I ever gonna get there? I guess we'll see. Am I ever gonna get there? This is actually quite good. I loaded it up thinking I was going to have to take the piss out of it. It's not. It's actually kind of good. Do you know what, guys? I don't discriminate. We're not going to listen to this throughout the entirety of the stream. There's a playlist here of about 10 songs. And what we're going to do is we'll keep the playlist up until it gets bad. How does that sound? When was the last time you listened to Christian contemporary music? I can't say I ever have. But it's not about the message, it's always about the music. It's about those vibrations, echoing into your soul, making you feel good about stuff. I feel good right now. Because we're about to watch another tournament game, why wouldn't I? So welcome everyone, I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope you didn't wait 40 minutes to play a game of Stellaris that never happened. And if you did, maybe you need Jesus. That's a very specific joke. Oh, mate, Space Age is about to happen. So I did some reading. I say I did some reading. I had a look at what you need in order to start the game, and I can basically just load up a completely fresh map and just get going. So I'm in. Like, I'm going to do a Space Age run. Also, the Bite Battle Space Age game, I think, is going to happen as well. We tested it out last week. The full DLC Bite Battle scenario has been made. It needs tweaking. It needs some love. You know, some things are slightly unbalanced, but overall, it is a cool thing to have, man. Like Morgan, shout out to Morgan C. If you're out there listening, mate, that must have been one hell of an undertaking to make happen, because you're realigning those assets into our framework. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Alright, that is good. I've got a coffee, I've got some snacks. We start soon? Asking the real questions. When start? Is everyone here? Do we have the captains? As if we couldn't drag out the beginning of the game any further, here it is. Get ready, it's happening. This is a vibe, man. I like this. I like this music. Oh, also, Jaguri, shout out, mate. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, man. You followed whilst we weren't streaming, but I appreciate you nonetheless, mate. Hope you're having a good weekend. I hope you can join us for this. Should be good. Should be good. The goal is 30 minutes today for pick and ban. Excellent. You love to see it. And as a very enlightening song finishes, let me close down our nerds. And if it gets a little bit too emotional here, guys, we will change the music out. I don't want it to be an emotion. It doesn't need to be like a love fest. We're here to enjoy some bite battles, not talk about our feelings, which makes me feel angry. So, let's take a look. Dr. Claw versus the Soldier. We're on Have a Nice Day difficulty. We're probably not going to get to the end game in the sense of we're not going to get to the latest of the late game items. So we can imagine that there might be a purple rush. Potentially there could also be some yellow, maybe, if we can get there. The map is looking good. I mean, really healthy opening area. Really healthy. Strong coal patch. strong copper, really good iron. You could have a fantastic main base here. Beyond that, you've got uranium pretty close to the east, to the west as well. In fact, you've got uranium all over the place, so we could see potentially a nuclear build. Out here to the west as well, tons of copper, not a ton of iron. You need to go a bit further west for that, but there is a rocket outpost potentially down there. Oil is, it's decent, right? What am I looking at here? Yeah, oil is relatively local. There's enough of it to get a base going. And potentially if you wanted to move out to the, I'd probably say the west is more catered for an outpost location. But you could get one off on the east as well. There are some really large copper patches here. I'd just be worried about the extra supplementary ores that you would need. But again, uranium's out here. So what an interesting map. And not a ton of water features as well. Normally you kind of, you have a couple of lakes that get in the way. And here, we don't have many, if any. Brilliant. And somebody's just ruined the France Ireland game score to me on WhatsApp. Thanks, mate. You're a legend. It's always a spiritual experience when I'm here, mate. So yeah, we talked about the basic initial setup. It's nice. There's a good amount of stuff here to start the game. So far, Claw has picked Carl and Enkling. Pretty much standard picks. Califabop, Jimmy and the Soldier. I imagine Jimmy and Soldier go for main base building. Califabop is going to be given an outpost of people to play with. The people available are here on this list. Let me read you out some names. See if you recognize any of these people. Qkrat, Sticklord, Menander, Cognitive Fun, Runeboggler. Oh damn, if Runeboggler goes south, it's GG. I'm calling it here right now. We're 6 picks in. If Runeboggler goes south, game's over. Eagle, Neuro, Just Bob Clutch, Pipes, Morgan, Space Dog, Max, Massive Blue, or one more. Straightener, 99 Names, Woo, King of Goo Goo, Prox, Joshua, Red Wraith, Greg Innovator, Gaming Guy, Craven Striker, Toddy, Full Frontal, really? It's a weird way to spell it. Magic Blicky, and some more names have just been added down. Where am I at? Bus Driver's here. Oh damn, that's second week in a row. What a guy. I love me some Bus Driver, by the way, guys. Great player. Stable Case, Tom Fury, Kale Goat, Atrixana, and Crazy Toucan. Are you playing this game, Crazy? I'm gonna have to follow. And we need Toucan Cam. It has to happen. It's gonna happen here. Yeah, we're on for a good game here. Runeboggler's gone south. Oh damn. I did call it. And as we all know, the south wins. 99.9% of the time. If you play on the south, you've already won the game. It's just a matter of how and when. Apart from last week when that didn't happen, but we don't talk about that. That was a mistake made from the other team as opposed to a capitalization on a losing position. So yeah, Carl, Dr. Claw and Enkling North. Why would they allow Califer and Ruin to outpost, right? How could this be worse for the North? Let's ruminate on this for a second. It could be worse if Fordecker goes south. It could be worse if Pipes goes south. It could be worse if Developer, Just Bob, Jumbo Billyboy, if he's here, could go south. Cog or Fordecker going south is GG. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He was running around in a car, just soloing them. There are so many good... Oh my god. You cannot allow Runeboggler to have his stack. It's game. It's going to be game, guys. I'm not saying the North don't have a chance, but, like, they're ahead on picking for the South. And who do we have here that I'd take? My next pick would probably be one more support player for main. So I'd probably go for someone like Neuro for South on main. Having an outpost is great, but you still need somebody to help Jimmy. I'd grab Fordecker as well too. Prox I'd grab if I could. Either Whittle, Max 100, King of Goo Goo, Greg even, Joshua. One of those four is a great pick. Just as a supporting player, doesn't need to be like a main character for the team. Eagle's gone south as well, another outposter for Runeboggler. This is already looking really good for the South. Yeah, Jumboy's here, Dog's here. I'd take Bus Driver. If I'm North, I'd pick Bus and Neuro, man. Holy. But let's take a look. So, who's at the top of my list right now? If I'm on North, I need outposters. Carl will be one of those outposters, I imagine. Pipes will be... Ah, they did. They broke up... there it is. They broke up Runeboggler stack. If Pipes goes south, it's game. 100%. Hopefully it's not an 8 hours game, dude. Holy crap. It seems to me like purple spam is like quite good. You know, it seems to be doing the job, so. Maybe we see something else, but at the moment, in its current state of the game, it's just on. It's just working. And you can't blame him, really. You know, if it's a winning move, you make the winning move. Has Zero Sun been picked at all? Is Zero Sun even here? Interesting. One of the first tournament games we haven't seen the appearance of Zero Sun at the beginning of the game. So there needs to be some threat farmers being picked, because we have outposters on both north and south. We have main base players on both north and south. Not playing today. Interesting. So there needs to be the next best person to grab, right? You need if Zero Sun is the best threat farmer in the server right now, obviously not forever, but right now, then who is his second place? Who's third place, right? Grab those people. You know, I'd grab Prox for sure. Yeah, Straightener. Just Bob, developer. In fact, any of these guys can do that. This spiritual music is powerful, guys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a bit uplifted from this. I was going to switch it out, but just for the picking phase. Just for the picking phase. Why don't we stick with this and cleanse our soul? It's like 80s power rock, mate. Ballads. That's what they used to call them. Ballads. It's balladacious. Balladacious? I don't know. I'm making up words. Pick phase is so long, I'm trying to add to the English dictionary. It's that bad. And balladacious might not be in the dictionary right now, but if I say it enough, it will be real. Oh, why do you have to ruin the French game for me, dude? I was going to watch that later. I'm so sad. I'm not going to... Anybody of you that's still waiting to hear the results of the Six Nations, I'll try not to spoil it for you, but somebody just messaged me the score. Ballatrocious. There we go. If you say it enough, we can speak it into existence. We can manifest this into the English verbiage. But yeah, it is. I like this music, man. Like, I couldn't find Christian rap, so we've gone for contemporary Christian. And in fact, let me try and find if there is any. There's no rap. Christian metal? What? There's a thing? Wait, Christian metal? No, come on. That's not right. It's a thing. Black metal. Contemporary Christian black metal? Do I want to hear this? I don't want to hear this. Hang on. We have time to explore this real quick. This is contemporary Christian, metal, heavy and ponderous. And this is the clean version. Apparently there's a blasphemous version as well. Let's just explore this for a second. This is Christian metal. It just sounds like metal. For any of you that can decipher what the man is grunting about, it's kind of good. I kind of like this. I'm rat jamming to this. Maybe we... Okay, right. Pause on that for a sec. We will explore that. When the biters come in, we will explore Christian death metal. Because why not? It's there. There's a whole playlist of songs. That was just the first one at the very top. It might not even be the best one there. Have we stumbled on some really, really strong music picks out of the blue? I still can't find rap though. I'm looking through my list of playlists and I cannot find Christian rap here. But like, we found this and metal, and I call that a win. I call that a win. If any of you think of any more genres, please let me know. Because I've got Polish techno lined up on Bitsy's request from last stream. So we have some Polish techno in the works as the game goes on, but I never like to start the game with like hyperactive music. It doesn't make any sense, right? And yeah, hopefully we chew through this picking phase. There are still quite a lot of people to get through. Once that's done, the game will begin. I just think I heard auto-tune in Christian rock. Swedish reggae, yes. Oh damn, Swedish reggae has to be a thing. Bear with me 2 seconds, because this is a huge you don't want it. They have it. They have a Swedish reggae. German Uber techno. We're going there. Right now, we are going there. If you think of a... Turn it up. Sounds like reggae to me. Let's search for German Uber techno. I'm less enthusiastic about this because it's giving me synthwave, which isn't techno at all. Let's come back to Swedish reggae real quick. Okay, what is the top song here? This is the top song for German Uber techno, but it's listed as EDM. So maybe we're onto a banger here? Let me know if it's a bit quiet as well. We're going through genres, right? We're that bored. Picking phase is taking so long. We're going to find every genre of music ever created and then create our own. This is German Uber techno, apparently, according to the tags. You guys loving this? German Uber techno. Feel the beat. It's just techno, isn't it? Like, there's nothing different here. Am I losing the plot? This is German Uber techno. Alright guys, throw out some more suggestions. There are millions of songs on this playlist. Like, we will find whatever you want to listen to. Just so you know, I can search for anything. We found Swedish reggae, German Uber techno, and Christian contemporary. Christian contemporary is something that I think I already knew existed. But let's keep finding. Pirate metal, I'm in. I am in. Let's look at some pirate metal real quick. Okay. The pirate tag. Here we go. Okay. Well, it's similar to Ailstorm, if you guys know that band. That doesn't sound very piratey to me. I've never heard any of this stuff before, guys, so we might have some duds here. We may have some duds. There's not a lot of talk about booty or swigging ale. Let me just type in pirate first. Let me get that pirate first. Okay, pirate metal. That's just metal, mate. That's... Alright, let's pirate music. Okay, this apparently is pirate music. That's just something you'd hear in a film, though, right? It's not cheating if you listen to the stream and play as well. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to give away too much. I'm quite cryptic when I speak about what's going on, so you're fine to play the game, mate, and enjoy, obviously. We're just at the moment in a holding pattern, so I am looking for genres of music that we can all jam out to. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Pirate music hasn't really been a hit. It's kind of what you expect, right? Okay, polka and EDM. Okay. Right, I think I've got EDM polka here. No, that's just EDM. Wait, hang on a second. That's... I don't know what polka music is. Is this polka music? This isn't EDM at all, but it's part of a playlist that has tags for EDM. Let's take a look. Nah, this is fake news. This isn't proper polka EDM. The purists would be laughing at me right now playing this. No, absolutely not. That's terrible. Techno reggae. Oh, let's give it a go. Techno reggae. Okay. There's a playlist. No, that's from the 60s. I wouldn't say that techno reggae is a thing right now. It's all laid back. Let's go to the reggae subgenre and see if I can find... Okay, here we go. Acoustic pop. Nah, it's all chill music, mate. It's all chill. Like dancehall, electronic, maybe. Reggae rock. I kind of want to listen to this a little bit. Reggae rock. That's not rock at all. Am I being fake news here? This is awful. No, sorry, reggae is great, but this, in its own right, is terrible. Nothing for chiptune, mate. There's no chiptune. Unfortunately. It's a shame. It's what everybody wants. Vietnam era music. Damn. Yeah, dude. Okay, so we're not limited here. We're not limited here, but let's see if I can come up with a better genre or think of a better genre. Luckily, the teams are fleshing themselves out now. We're on 17 on 17. I will get down to talking about the game. And I know that when it comes to YouTube, nobody watches these parts of the video anyway. They just skip to the game. So this is our time to have a bit of fun and see if we can come up with a genre or design a genre that works for us. What about jazz metal? That has to exist, right? Jazz metal. Okay. Metal. Let's go to subgenres. There is... No. There's none. There's something called J-Rock. Do you guys know what this is? J-Rock. Sounds like a basketball player. J-Rock with the alley-oop. 2 points. Nothing but net. Yeah, we're not staying with J-Rock for too long here. I just want to get a bit of a flavour for it. So far, it's alright. Is there any words to this? No. Okay, right. This is silly. We've gone down into silly territory now. Let's bring it back. I've looked for Christian rap, Christian metal, Swedish reggae, German uber techno, pirate metal, polka EDM, techno reggae, and whatever that was. Oh god. Let's Oh, you can pick music by moods. Interesting. I'm not doing that. For now, let's chill. Later we'll make it busy, right? We'll turn the music up and we'll make it busy, but for now, hopefully, pick phase is close to being done, and thank you for making that entertaining for me. You all know that the pick phase, it takes too long, and as fast as the players want to go, it can never be fast enough. So, there are only 3 players left to be picked. one of which is not here. So let's call it out. North, we have Dr. Claw as the captain, with Atrixana, bus driver Carl, Clutch, Dr. Claw, Full Frontal, Gaming Guy, Joshua, one more. Just Bob, Max, Menander, Morgan, Enkling, Neuro, Q-Krat, Straightener, the Pied Piper, and Woo, with loads of numbers that I'm not going to read out individually. Oh yeah, dude, predictions as well. We will get to that. Thank you for reminding me. I'm not a very good streamer. I need to remind myself of this stuff. But on the south, we have the Soldier, and on Soldier's team, we have 99 names, Califer Bop, Massive Blue, who will come back, Cognitive Fun, Eagle, Greg Innovator, Jimmy 50, King of Goo Goo, Craven Striker, Prox, Red Wraith, Rune Boggler, Stable Kist, Sticklord, the Soldier, Toddy, Tom Fury. The south look kind of stacked. They look kind of stacked. Let me get a prediction up. Because I might be wrong, but, you know, they're missing some players, yes. But I don't think that's an indicative of them losing the game, right? You know, they're only missing a couple and it doesn't take loads. Start prediction. Who wins? North or south? There we go. Vote with your noodles. I mean, I would pick south. I would struggle. The north obviously have some really strong main base players. But on the south you have like Jimmy. And then you've got like Rune, Eagle, Califer, Cog, Sticklord. You know, Soldier will stay mid, stay in main, sorry. Prox, for instance. You can even take Greg Innovator. Damn. Like, yeah, you could get a really, really solid run out in this game from that team. And there's still more people to come. I'm sure that over time, more people will join the game as well. For anybody that's new that isn't sure of what's going on right now, do not worry, we will cover all aspects of this game. But we just have a bit of fun whilst we wait for the teams to coalesce and converge into what would be the north and what will eventually be the south. So hopefully, as the game goes on, I'll be able to explain to you all the different things that happen in this game, the different facets of the game that make it so much fun to play, and that give it its replayability, as well as potentially later looking at some DLC biter battles, which is wild. I mean, I was confused, but it looked good. It looked good. So yeah, let's take a look at who's predicting. North have 2,000 pot noodles and only 100 on the south. Are you guys sure? You think North have a better team? They don't have a worse team. I would rather be on south right now. Easily. Like, it's not even close. You know, the outpost will come from Carl. Also, where's Outstanding? Isn't he playing in this game? Normally, I'd take like Carl, Clutch, Pipes, Contrarian. You've got to go against it. If the North win, somehow you'll be winning 100 pot noodles. Guys, vote. Unless you lost them all last week, in which case, just build them up for now. But yeah, so let's take a look at the map. Let's get our drawing tools out real quick. I had a little brief look at this earlier on. Let's wipe that. And I kind of came to the conclusion that out here to the west is a good outpost spot. North is pretty solid too. You have really nice close uranium ore here and here. Oh damn, that's well off. Here and here. So you could potentially get a nuke up. You know, you're not a million miles away from having a nuke. What else do I like? There's not a ton of lakes around getting in your way. So you can kind of build with impunity, and just to the, you know, just above or below the main base, we do have a really solid amount of ground that you, not necessarily covering large patches, so I don't think it, yeah, maybe it doesn't last long enough. You know, if I'm on south, for instance, and I'm the captain, and this is just my take on the game, right? I'd be aiming to get my smelting built kind of in this area. You know, save, you know, paving over this oil and this oil, which you'll need later. It's very close in this oil as well. So I'd be looking at a build that looks something like this. Main base is, or the beginnings of main base are in this box, right? The beginnings, everything up to like red-green science. And then you could kind of fill backwards. You can build your kind of, you know, blue military down here, go up to purple potentially into this area, you know, and stage it like that. So, you know, kind of stage 1 is here in this kind of zone. Stage 2 is here in this zone. and then you finish the game, hope to finish the game with purple in this zone. That's how I would aim my game if I was looking at that. Beyond that, power as well is a big idea, which you need throughout the entire game, and because you have such a large coal patch, you could potentially get away with building power just here to the side. Yeah, that's how I would organize the game. It would take a lot more than that, but just my cursory searches, there aren't lots of blank ground, so you have a couple of nice spots. Here that's blank, where there's not a lot of patches, here that's blank, here that's blank, and obviously that coordinates with the north as well, just in their own corresponding northern spots. So there are some really good areas where you can just open the game up, right? Open up the game and just get yourself up and running. So, you know, although there are some ore patches here, they're not big enough to worry about, because although paving over a 1,700 ore patch seems like a problem, very close to it is one that is 800,000. So you kind of sacrifice this here in order to kind of sweep these up close by. And do you know what? There's more than enough here. Holy, there's more than enough. Main base could be really strong this game. Let me just grab this real quick. Let's just have a look. Main base have got all of these patches outside of their initial starting patches, right? Really significant in size, really significant in shape, and close enough to build into a base. So if you were to use kind of like the standard issue kind of defensive box, you'd be building in an area that's like this for the main base. And you'd be able to get all the way up to purple science as well. It's not bad, like that's actually loads. And then you think the oil is pretty close and really clustered as well, so there's a lot of oil that you can capitalize on. This could be a really good game for one team. And again, if I was outposting, I'd head out here. You know, I'd head out to the west. It just seems a little bit more compressed. You know, this copper is literally lined up for you to take. Iron's pretty big. You've got some good oil here. Stone's, it's not great. You know, coal, again, not so hot, but you can work that out with, you know, converting crude oil. So, in fact, coal might be an issue in this game. Yeah. You guys seeing any coal? Like, I'm not seeing a ton. Okay, maybe we found our initial, almost 1 million in main. It's 927,000 in main. Beyond that though, coal patches seem to be quite far away and quite scarce. Are we nicknaming this game Coaly Hell? Oh damn, a Trixana, I'm really sorry I missed your Prime sub. There's me messing around with music choices and I missed somebody that subbed to my stream. I'm really sorry, mate. I hope you're having a good weekend and I massively appreciate the Prime sub. I say it every week and I mean it. You guys can watch for free. I don't want to sell what I do. This is just a bit of fun for me. But any support that you guys want to throw my way, I massively appreciate you. So yeah, thank you. And I'm really sorry I missed that. I've got my alerts turned off, the sounds of them turned off. Because I find it quite jarring. Would I sell out for pot noodles? Dream with me, if you may. Just imagine a tiny little rotating pot noodle at the bottom of the screen. Oh, that's too big. Wait one sec. A tiny little box, and just in it is like a little pot noodle, right? With my face on, and it just rotates, and you get money off. You get money off your pot noodles, and in turn sponsor me building my empire. I want to be like, no, I don't actually. I was going to say the Elon Musk of pot noodles, but no, absolutely not. So it's 19 on 17, more people to follow as we start the game very soon. I believe Dr. Claw is ready to start the game. So now we're just waiting on the other captain to ready up and get their strategy in order. It would take an extraordinary amount of money. And if it would have to be a product that I believed in. I'm not interested in selling my soul for something that is knowingly ripping somebody off, or generally a bad product, or a terrible product, or a grift even. I think that's what they call it. It's not going to happen, boys and girls. It isn't. I would turn down money. I would turn down a lot of money. And I'm not just saying that because nobody's offering me anything. Like, if you came knocked on my door and said, hey, Ghosty, I want you to endorse this product. It's made by slave labor in China, but we'll cut you in for like 20 million. You can get fucked. I'm not interested. And I'm saying that now, and you can clip that and quote me on it. If I ever become big and famous, which I'm not, just remind me of that, right? There's more to life than money. And you can't take it with you. You know, I think the only thing you can try and do with it is good. I'd set up like foundations. In fact, you know what, question to all of you, since we're still waiting to start, obviously, and we've done our music, you know, kind of exploration. What would you do? 100 million. You tomorrow won 100 million in your currency. As long as it's not rupees, which I believe that's not a lot of money. $100 million, 100 million pounds, 100 million euros, right? What would you do with it? You'd make yourself comfortable and safe, and probably, you know, set up your people around you, family, friends, kids, loved ones, etc. But after that, where would you take it? What would you do? Because you can't sit. You know, let's say it takes 5 million to make everything right for you. You pay off mortgages for your family, and, you know, you set your friends up, or your loved ones up, and there's 80 million left over, right? And you're saving 15 in the bank. I'd help people, mate. Bring me a plan. Bring me a plan of how you need some money off me, and as long as the plan checks out and it's not somebody trying to take my money off me and misspend it. So you want to help homeless people? Bring me a plan. You want to help feed veterans? Give me a plan. Bring it. Bring me a plan and I'll fucking sign it off in a heartbeat. As long as it can get checked over, right? I don't want people trying to scam me out of my own cash, but if somebody could check it over and it all looks legit, you take my money, man. Take my money and use it. Because I can't use all of it, right? And 100 million is a lot. Imagine people with billions, mate. You could solve some real issues out there if you wanted to. Serious issues. Oh, Amazon, 1 second. I missed the start of the game because Mr. Amazon knocked on my door and dropped something off for me, which I need. So the game has started. The game is on. We're no minutes in, but soon it'll be 1, and then it'll be on. As all of you know, but some of you don't, and if you are new here, please feel free to ask questions. This is an educational stream. We are here to show you off the game, but also explain it. So if you have any questions, throw them into chat. We won't laugh at you. At least not openly. And you don't get billions by not being greedy. Do you know what? A truer thing has never been said. Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm never going to have billions. I'm just not built like that. At the beginning of the game, we're given a burner miner drill and a stone furnace. If you stick into the stone furnace some rare ore, which the burner miner drill will pull up if you stick coal in it, it will then smelt whatever the ore is on the patch that it is sat on. Here we have some iron. Later on we will have some copper as well. As you can see here, we have some copper further north. How could we solve a long picking phase? That's actually a very solvable problem, I believe. I think it's a very, very solvable problem. When we start a game, there is a 1 to 2 minute setup phase where you type in or you pick from a list of tags what you're planning to do or what you're willing to do. So let's say, for instance, Whittle comes into the game. It's phase 2 and he wants to build power. There is a list of tags next to the captain's list when you click I want to play, and you can click power and you can click threat farm. Boom. And then when we start picking teams, they can group you with your MMR. They can literally find your current MMR number and say, right, this is the best guy who wants to threat farm, and there are 10 of them, and from 1 to 10 you can see who the best to the worst player is in that MMR range. You might have personal preference, but as a captain, I believe if you had multiple set roles, for instance outposters, and then you could even name, so you could have 2 buttons, right, 2 little tags, click outpost, boom, and then alright, I want to do nuclear power, click nuclear power, boom. So if I want a nuclear power outpost builder, I can click that player and they come into my team, and all of the captains can see this, right? So that when you see somebody go over to the other side, Zero Sun's going to threat farm, isn't he? It's not right, but it's a good indicator of who plays the game a lot. And again, these guys will play around each other constantly anyway, so they do know kind of who is and who isn't the first pick that you want, you know, in your team. So I'd go along those lines to begin with, as a cursory measure. Beyond that, I believe we can speed things up just by putting time limits on picks. I don't think you need a minute to 2 minutes to figure out who needs to be on your team. Now again, these teams can get quite large. You can end up with 25, 30 people on your team. If you're spending a minute per pick, it's a minute. And then obviously once somebody gets onto your team and you start talking to them, it's going to take a while to figure out a strategy. So I would say, look, try and just speed things up, shave time off here and there. Maybe kind of find a way, like that tag system I spoke of earlier, of just prioritizing who wants to take what role. And if you don't have a role, or if you're new, you can also click the new button, so we can identify newer players as well. And anybody can play this game, you know, we don't have to be a veteran, but it's just a good way of identifying, right, at the beginning of the game, I want to pick the number 1 threat farmer I can, because we're going to need threat farming, you know, or I want to pick the number 1 outposter, because I need them to outpost. And with that comes a little bit of kind of, expediency. It speeds things up a bit. Or it doesn't. You never know. Meanwhile, just zooming out real quick. To the east of north, we have Qcrat, Morgan, and... no, just Morgan. Sorry, I forgot these are the visual markers. Morgan's going to be setting up power over here. You'll love to see it. Main base has a couple of smelting columns that have been stuck down. I, obviously for iron, will be thrown into this one. C for copper, and S here for stone. Later on there'll be a big S for steel. This helps anybody identify what needs to be fed into which of these smelting columns. And we've got the beginning research as well. So the north are really hot on it. What are the south up to right now? I feel like they've been slightly slower off the bat. We're only 4 minutes in, but you can lose ground at the beginning of the game if you take your time. So they're up into researchers already on the north. And the south have yet to build any science. Again, not a telling indictment as to who will win or lose the game, but you know, you can hand build science straight away. You know, obviously you need a bit of copper, but you can hand build science straight away. So I'd be, interesting one on that one. Maybe the idea is that main base doesn't get too big. So there's, you know, send off your outposters. Here we've got Califabop over here, Red Wraith down there, Prox, the Soldier, Greg and Craven and Runeboggler. So maybe the outposters will be the ones that win the south the game. And the main base will just be a functional beginner base. A mall, so to speak, you know, that just processes some ore into some items and then turtles up. Really, just builds walls and gets ready. And there are some very strong players here. We're not playing that quick. It's a bit lackadaisical for my liking. But you never know. Things might change. Stranger things have happened and things kick into gear quite a way. You know, when a player has spent 35 to 40 minutes sat waiting for a game to start, you can imagine that they maybe kind of switch off a little bit. And you love to see it. You know, a road to run up and down on. And for any of you that don't know, if you run on paved surfaces, you go quicker than running on dirt. It's not massive, but it will add up over time. So somebody has taken their time to build a road all the way up to the north towards the bugs, and then branch it off a little bit to the side where they'll be building their defensive base. So little stuff like that really does help. Really does help. Oh yeah, we have follow as well as a command. Love to see it. Huge fan of follow. Let's see if we can grab somebody. Let's see how busy Runeboggler is. Again, Runeboggler may be streaming. Let's see how busy the guy gets, right? So there's his name, and then when you see it floating over items, that's his cursor interacting with that building. So what we can see here now is they're just as fast as they can grabbing plates out of their inventory. They're going to be handcrafting stuff. They want to make the most out of this mix patch because they're going to move their main base out of the way. Oh, damn. And just as I come here... Oh, sorry, that's miles away. That's kind of a big loss at the beginning of a game. Like, if you lose all this stuff, that's a lot of stuff to have lost. Right? Like, this is not ideal. They've just... If that little mini base goes down, that's what, 20 stone furnaces? 20 miners? Ooh, that's a kick in the nuts. That is. You don't want to lose that. So far, nothing's really been said in chat. Eagle and Google are tepidly approaching this side. It's going to be gone, guys. Those bugs are still weak, but they're strong enough in number to overwhelm you. And without any kind of grenades researched, and with only basic weaponry, yeah, dude, you've got to time your approach towards the bugs correctly as a threat farmer. And just steamrolling in without enough stuff. Things like fish, things like ammo, it can really harm you. And let's see what uncovers as they move towards this chunk of the map. I believe it'll just be devastation. I cannot imagine that there is a lot still left here to be salvaged. Meanwhile, the North have taken a more conservative approach. They've set up some smelting first. They're not that close to the bugs, so they're not angering the bugs. And, I mean, it's the worst possible start you could have as a threat farmer to a game because the bugs are so close. And yes, you can fight them off, and obviously you will down the line. This is a 5 or 10 minute setback. I kind of feel sorry for him. I've been here before. It's not ideal. That being said, as we can see here, they do have some mags to keep themselves safe. They do have some fish to heal themselves. Dude, tiny mistakes. Tiny mistakes. That's not like a, whoops, I've lost the game. That's a, oh man, I'm going to have to do that again type mistake. So, yeah, 2 deaths already, man. 2 deaths already. And Zero Sun, thank you for joining us, mate. Fan of the North, I see, having voted for the North with your pot noodles. So far, the North are smashing it. I mean, they are researching more. They're ahead in terms of the research race, I guess you'd call it. In terms of production, they began producing red signs straight away. It took the South 5 minutes. And all of those minor trips and slips just give you a bit of pain. Like, don't get me wrong, these guys on the South have got some very strong main base players. The Soldier is a veteran captain of this game mode and of this game, and has won multiple games, sometimes from being miles behind. But, that being said, at the moment, it's hard to disagree with the North being in the lead here. In the opening 10 minutes of the game, the North have taken a large leap in terms of main base, and the South are struggling at the moment to kind of, get their ideas down. Because there's not infinite time here. You do not have an infinite amount of time to make this work. You're in a finite kind of curved time limit on this, and yes, you have these guys here, and yes, they will do some amazing work. You can't just rely on one outpost to save you the game. And as we see here, some kind of smaller outposts are formulating. We've got Carl with Joshua. Anybody else out here? Q-Krat's up here, so there could be a support base maybe, or just a purple throw. Purple's super strong right now, by the way, and it's preferred by most to win games. Califabop out here on their own? I thought Califabop would be with Runeboggler. Potentially this could be something supportive. It could be a laser base maybe. And Red Wraith has a base out here as well. This could be a defensive base. I don't know. I'm not too sure. This is clearly going to be a defensive base, right? And when I say that, I mean a threat farming base. Is it 4 ATP? Nah, dude. Come on, don't troll me. This should be 10 ATP, right? No, I'm going to have to check that. There's no way this is 4 ATP. I'm having some serious issues with my internet if you guys are watching this all pixelated and stuff. Give me a second. Wait, where's Stream Manager? My bitrate is strong. It's fine. Stream is 1080. Okay, yeah, sorry. That terrified me there for a second. I was like... Okay, sorry. Rattled me there for a second. I was like, damn. Oh, your internet's not... Okay, that's fine, mate. Don't worry about it. The good news is, all of the games will go up on YouTube, where you can buffer them down the line. So you'll be able to watch them back. Yeah, mate. Honestly, I panicked there. Because, it's not much, but it's a simple thing I need to click to make it happen. So, yeah. You'll be able to... No, it's not your fault, mate. It's not your fault. You'll be able to watch back on YouTube as well. And that way you'll be able to buffer a video higher than 480p. It'll just take a minute or two. So you could watch it at 720, for instance, or 1080 down the line, if you have the internet for it. If not though, mate, welcome. I hope you like the music. We've gone through some genres, and there are some more genres to go through. Let me just read that. Oh, that was terrible, mate. Actually terrible. This is kind of chill though. I can back this music for sure. Right, let's see what we've searched. We've gone. Here's the gamut we've gone through: Christian rap, polka EDM, German Uber techno, Swedish reggae, Christian metal, pirate metal, techno reggae. If you can think of a genre, throw it into chat. If you can think of a genre that already exists, or maybe even doesn't, let's try and combine some music, like genres, and see if we can find somebody that's made a song that sounds a bit funky, right? Because I'm all about that. I don't want to have one set of music and just play that all the time. Speaking of music, if it's coming in quiet, let me know. If it's coming in too loud, let me know. I can mess around with the settings in an instant. I'm magic. Okay, so it seems like the outpost is starting to move towards this area, quite an open part of the map. They'll certainly be able to get a starter base in this space, and I'm guessing that the play will be that they build their mixed builds over here. Is my take on this. They'll kind of grab all of this ore here, this iron, this copper, this coal, and then probably feed it into an apparatus up here, or maybe like a vertical stack of late game builders. If they are going for late game items, if they're not, then I imagine it's going to be like just purple spam really. South are getting the beginnings of their mall up. You'd love to see it. Meanwhile, North are getting up some power and building out the initial smelting lanes. So yeah, the game has begun, and it is already off and flying. For anybody that's watching this new, you'll hear me say this all the time, guys, but talk in chat, ask questions. Why is this guy doing this? What's the point of this? This line isn't even like moving. Why would you do this to yourself? Doesn't this like back itself up? This makes no sense. I'm going to go into Twitch chat and ask the idiot streamer who's streaming, what is this nonsense? Why are you subjecting my eyeballs to this madness? This is clearly a troll. GG easy. And the reason we will see obviously later, but this will be, what is life? Yeah. We'll try and solve it here, you know. If ever there is a space or place where that question is answered, maybe here. You never know. Stranger things have happened. Oh, damn, this power build again. Infinite pipes. I'm still getting used to this, by the way. I'm still getting used to this. This is just nuts. It's so hideous, mate. It's an absolute monstrosity. Carl's Outpost is beginning to flesh itself out. They've got some really nice patches out here. You could imagine that some purple spam could happen. Potentially yellow if we get deep enough. But we need to get deep enough. Sushi refineries. Yeah. Fast insert is being uniquely researched on the south. The north, not researching anything at the moment. I'm guessing they're waiting for green to come in. I mean, their build is larger. But I don't see them progressing maybe like the south are. Have the south managed to get a bit more of a... They clawed their way a little bit back in. I don't hate this from the south, actually. I thought they were slightly behind at the beginning of the game, but look at power, man. That's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. And they're not yet maximizing any of these inputs to the belt, so yeah, like they're getting a bit of, you know, bit of copper through and a little bit of iron, but not enough really. Building up some belts, which is nice. Let's take a look at infrastructure. I never do this each week, and I mean to. What about belts built? That's kind of an important stat. You know, they've built round about the same amount of miners. Look at that, 315 to 325. North have built 1,000 more belts. Oh yeah, prediction's about to close, guys. If you have any pot noodles, throw them down now. The game's begun, so if there's ever a chance of you figuring out who has and hasn't won the game, it's right now. The same amount of coal has been mined, the same amount of stone, give or take 1,000. The south have mined more iron. And the north have killed more, obviously, by having a negative threat. So the north are on their threat farm. However, the south reached green signs first. Interesting. I'll check in on this screen. I don't do this enough, but I want to check in on this screen to just see like who's making what and how much of it is going down, right? So on the north, only 51 steam engines have gone down. Been produced, and 48 placed. Meanwhile, the south, 110 created, and 95 of those have been placed. That's not bad, right? They are smashing power on the south, which means they can scale their base up really quickly if they need to, if they can. And again, we're at the beginning of the game now, so we don't have access to a ton of items. But if you need to make that leap forward as a base, as a team, then you need that power infrastructure before you do that. The last thing you want to do is have a small block of power and build a huge ass base and then increase your power block, because it will not go well. And again, that's what this out here is being created for. This ultimately will be a massive power block for the north. Once it's ready, once it's up and running, it currently is still in its kind of, the beginnings of the skeletal form of what will be later on a behemoth of power production for them. I'm not entirely sure where they're going to get all of the ore from, though. Are we seeing any coal patches around that we could use? 2 decently sized ones? Probably round about, what's that, about 400k rounded up, 300k rounded up, so 700k coal into this area. Yeah, that's kind of safe. Good play. No one's going to be using that as well. This is an ore pack that will just kind of sit out here and not really be used or utilized until later on. So yeah, I like it. I rate that. And we've had our second round of picking. 21 players to the north, 20 to the south. So things are evening out now. And we're just starting to really flesh things out. The only person to move out... Oh, damn. It's begun. Max 1000 has sent 108 green jugs over to the other side. And he has changed the south from 1.9% to 5.7%. So it's not bad. He's having an impact. This green spam is in parts working. And it's hand-fed as well, so slightly dangerous in that front. But, okay, green spam. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. Meanwhile, the soldier's taking a 2-minute break. Red Wraith is creating a defensive outpost. Here we go, grenades coming in. Power is bouncing. It's not great at the moment, power. And he only has... Oh yeah, you can double that up, mate. You'll be fine. Double that up and you'll be sorted for life, mate. Especially if you're not going to build this out massively. If you're just here to build grenades and blow stuff up, then yeah, 6 engines will do. The music's almost too relaxing. Does anybody agree? I might... It's good, but it's a bit too good. I did Samba last week. What have I not done in a while? What have I not done? Let's try this. Let's see. Topics. Okay. This is a playlist. Really? Alright, yeah. We're going to do some blues music. As the bass is getting pushed. There was design yesterday that made this work. It can work. You're talking about the green spam, right? It's not the end of the world. It will be uncomfortable for the South because you don't want to be dealing with 10% bugs only a couple minutes into the game. But their threat farmers surely are able to cope with this. This is not impossible. Oh, sushi solid fuel. Dude, the new fluid mechanics really threw me to begin with, and I still don't think I agree. I'm just and we'll see refineries later, so we'll judge what we see, but I'm just old school, man. This is how you build power. Now it's a little bit longer than before, but this is just, you know, standard issue power for me. 1 boiler, 2 steam engines, some coal. Get some burner inserters to throw that in. You're laughing. You're absolutely fine. Stuff like this, as much as I know it to be good, and it does work, I've seen it work, I'm still just not. Cognitive outpost. Where is Cog's outpost? Down here? Oh, it's kind of nice. It's not ideal in terms of like, yeah, you're going to fight your way into the bugs, and you are closest to them, but I don't mind this. This is kind of decent. Like, what I would say as well is if you're going to make a play like this, like, use your gun. Use your bullets. There's always some stragglers or outliers. You know, and again, for anybody that doesn't know, I'll just kind of quickly draw out threat farming real quick whilst we have an example of it happening out in front of us now. The idea for threat farming is you aggro the bugs onto you, and you do that by running into their area and then running away. If you stay within their area, you're going to get spat on by the worms, and that spit will slow you down, that acid will slow you down. That should be dealt with. So yeah, I'll use this area as an example whilst we watch the guys get the bugs run at them. This should be dealt with, but what you tend to do, so let's say the bugs are now aggressed onto you. Your job is to run around in a circle and slowly tighten that circle up into a cyclone. So you cyclone yourself around and around and around and around until eventually the bugs are completely compressed against your body. You do need armor for this, by the way, but you know, until they're completely compressed against your body and there's no room for any other bugs. And then you throw a singular grenade at your feet. This is the cheapest way you can do it. And that singular grenade should kill about 40 to 60 of them, making it the cheapest way possible of killing off bugs. So you can do it other ways, but what you tend to find with stuff like this is that every now and again there might be some stragglers out here on the edges, and I wouldn't use grenades on them. Get your gun out, shoot them, because a grenade is more expensive than bullets, and it takes longer to build, and it's just slightly more involved. It's not difficult, to say the least, but you know, use what you have, and if you have some bullets, use them. You know, not on these bugs, obviously group them up and grenade them, but you need a decent portion of them, right? And we'll watch Red Wraith now. In fact, we'll follow Red Wraith for a second. Every time I do this, somebody dies, right? So we'll just follow this through, and I'm gonna start streaming it. Here we go. So we've got some waves now, and again, you can see that the acid on the ground is a problem. It will slow you down. So you want these biters effectively chasing you around, and as you do that, you throw a grenade at them and kill them. This isn't the most efficient version of Red Wraith doing it. I'm not criticizing, but you can get a lot more bang for your buck if you have. There we go. See, they compress onto you. You can't move. You throw a grenade at your feet, and you kill everything around you. All you need from that example, for instance, is just more of them. You know, double, triple, quadruple that number. But at the moment, you're threat farming, and that's all you need to do. So Red Wraith's doing a good job now, and as we can see, the number on the south, the passive threat farm, is starting to drop to the negative. There we go. And these green acid pools, they don't look like much, but they really get in your way. You have to be really super hot on your mechanics, because what you start to do is you're running initially in an area which is open and clear for you, and over time, over the course of like split seconds, tiny little areas start to get poisoned, and you start running a maze, a little mini gauntlet that you didn't plan on running, right? If you twin that with all of the rocks that can get in your way as well, for instance, like here, I'll just put some rectangles down for rocks, your pathing changes in an instant. So where beforehand you wanted to run like in circles, like this red arrow is showing, all of a sudden you're running here and then like this way and that way, and yeah, it becomes a nightmare. It really is hard to do. So I'd say if you get a chance, try threat farming out, just so that you get an appreciation for it. So eventually when somebody does do it, you can say, oh, do you know what, mate? This isn't AFK playing the game. It really isn't. This is stressful. And as the bugs get stronger, as they are at the moment for the south, more stuff is being used to achieve the same result. So yeah, it's we'll go through threat farming later. They're doing it at the moment. It's just not, you know, advanced threat farming. Let's check in on main. Main's going well. Really good lab setup here. They've got both versions of the initial signs. So we've got red coming in here. Red consisting of a single copper plate and a gear wheel. You know, stick that into an assembly machine. It will spit out a red jug for you. And coincidentally, for green signs will need a yellow belt on a yellow belt and a yellow inserter in it on the belt as well, that's inserted by a yellow inserter to a assembly machine that will then throw out a yellow jug by combining those two items, and that gives us the beginning of the research that we'll need to go through the game. The South are looking at stronger explosives, getting more bang for their buck out of their grenades. The North have already researched military science, and they've researched physical projectile damage 1. It's interesting, they want to go deep with that. The South have got oil processing early, radars early, and oil gathering early, so the South are in a better position really in this early game to start building up their processing. I like this. This has gone a different direction I thought it would. The Outpost, Runeboggler and his crew. Oh, also guys, I'm not going to do any voices this week. I felt like maybe I was slightly putting one person under the thumb by doing an imitation of what their voice sounds like, and I don't want to make somebody feel uncomfortable by me pretending like I know how they speak. Again, I only do it to people I know and people that know me. I'm not trying to kind of bully anybody or demean anyone, but my German accent last week was not very strong, and I feel bad for doing it. So, yeah, this time it might have to be an American that will probably sound like they've come from Zimbabwe. So be aware that may happen. Okay. Jimmy is now the captain. I think the soldier has had connection issues for the last couple of games. Although he is the captain of this game, maybe Jimmy's just taken over for now. You need somebody steering the car, right? You can't take your hands off the wheel, so... Yeah, this outpost is going very well. It is building up quite nicely. They've stuck down a really large power block here too. So, it was Low Dark. There's a clip of it somewhere. Somebody clipped it. I copied Carl's... Well, I did a bit of roleplay of what Carl is like as an outposter. You kind of give him a task to do and he just goes off and does it, and then like 10 minutes later you won the game, and you're like, you won't have spoken to him at all, but he's just won you the game off of just silently playing and being a monster. If somebody can link Lower Dark the clip. Clutch is sending mail. No way. Are they really doing this? I did not think this would be... Oh, sorry, one sec. It's mutagen logs up here. Damn, North are going in. I mean, we're already at like 18%. They're already at 18%. 18.9 with another send from Max. So obviously Max is just... This is a one-trick pony thing. Oh, there we go. There's the clip. Yeah. It's almost like Carl is on the call with me, mate. It's almost like he's there, right with me. But the spam seems to be working, you know. You don't want to be dealing with 20% at the 30-minute mark if you don't have to. My question here is there any spam at all coming from the south? Because we saw this last week, didn't we? And we all remember, if you're throwing science at a team and they don't throw it back, you're going to win the game. Because they're not pushing you at all. So do the South just like... They've got to have an answer. Maybe it's not green or military, right? But you've got to eventually throw something. You know, maybe on one of these outposts, just build a little green science thing. It's correct, right? Okie dokie. I've never heard Carl say okie dokie once, by the way. So I was channeling my inner Warcraft 3 peon. You know, the guy that goes off and builds your base for you. Off I go then. Work. Great game. So okay, so the outpost is pretty close to the bugs. I'd like them to get some defenses down. They have the ability to kind of use these water features to kind of have a front wall effectively to this main base. Eagle's base is still slowly getting up and running. I wonder if these two bases will combine. I wonder if these two have been set up in different spots. So instead of a 2-man group and a 3-man group, it's actually a 5-man effort that will eventually culminate into one larger idea. Purple signs, from what I've seen, has been the strongest way of winning a game. So, I mean, it wouldn't be beyond the realms of impossibility to see us look at an early purple spam from the south. And the reason why they're not throwing like this, you know, is because they don't see any value in it. Obviously, Max here sees some value in this, and so he's going to continue this play on until effectively it becomes like a nothing send because you've pushed beyond the capabilities of the signs. But yeah, and Clutch going for military spam, and I've seen this before. This is nothing new. In fact, I've got a blueprint on this. I might share on Bite Battle's Discord channel. There's a really optimized version of this that you can use for mix patches. And it's pretty much bulletproof. You can stick it on any mix patch and you can get some level of military spam out. And as we can see here, some of these buildings finished 2, 7, 14, 15, 17. So less than 200 military science has been built so far. I don't think the South are looking to throw any punches, it looks like. They've built 116 of them. They haven't researched at all. They have produced less green, but they've researched with more. I guess that's from the spam. And they've built 1600 red, and they've researched with the 1060. So, again, oh damn, hang on a second. Oh no, oh dude, that's close. What? Are we not ready for medium bugs? Guys, this is way. I thought this was an outpost. Dude, they are desecrating Blitzy's body right now, tearing up all of these belts. To be fair, they're going for belts which are very replaceable. But there's been no answer to the green spam. There's no way that the game ends just from getting run at, right? We need to really take a look at these signs and some of these game modes, because this feels wildly off. And I don't think that, like, well, two things. Firstly, you should always try and spam something to them. Don't let them sit at 4% when you're at 23. Don't let them do that to you. You're allowing them to set you up for big punches. But beyond that, like, try and force their hand. The North have had an easy run so far, right? They've had an easy run, so why not make their bugs harder for their threat farmers? Make these guys 10%, 15%, 20% if you can, 25%. That's what they've done to the South. Make it uncomfortable. Make it super uncomfortable for them. And yes, you could argue that we're starting to look at flame towers going down, and yes, there is a wall coming in. Dude, you need a lot of walls to begin the game with to get your whole base covered up. I'd like to see it happen, and absolutely it can, but you need a lot of walls being made. And you could even snipe half of this belt. You could take this secondary output, because you can see things are frozen here, right? You can take this secondary output, or this output here, and thread it halfway down this line here, so that you get double your brick production. All of these things, man, all of these things are very useful. That's all I'd do, right? I would take my bricks. Sorry, I keep getting this confused. I'd take my bricks, and I would draw a line this way. I'd insert them halfway through an underground, and I would throw them onto the other side of my belt, and I would double my brick production that way. And it's such an easy thing to do, because you can see that the belt is completely full. It's stopping and starting. It's in fits and starts, right? This thing hasn't moved at all. 'Cause it's not plugged in. Plug it in. Help yourself out. You need walls all game, right? This building is built less than 200. This building is built less than 150. So at the moment, you're not maximizing the amount of walls you can stick down, because you have the rocks. You just need to smelt them. And that's what I'll be working on right now. If I wasn't here doing this... Oh, damn. Have they been sniped? I think the South have been sniped. Do they have anything for this? They have to have an answer. There's no way this is happening everywhere though, right? Has this base gone down as well? This base seems okay. This is working to a point. In air quotes, it's working. They're moving on to blue. Jimmy, zero fucks given about the outpost. He's like, guys, deal with it. I will get us to blue. There is a wall. What's behind it? Not much. Could you argue that, turret flowers could be a good idea, to get rid of this? Turret flowers might not be the worst thing in the world. stick on something a little bit higher pitched. I don't want to go... Yeah, this will do for now. This will do for now. The factory must grow, but like, holy. These bugs are going in. And they're being dealt with though, right? They are being killed off. But they are also killing stuff off too. So like, the South are now dealing with 27% strength bugs. I'm not sold on this, dude. Like, outposts are about to get smashed to pieces. And we're already slowing the game down? Why? The one thing I would say is that the North have done this well. Like, they've Fighter Battles is a contact sport. It is a contact sport. The enemies will contact your base and rip it to pieces. They will eat you. Literally, they will eat you. Like this. This guy just got eaten. Just remind me to put F in chat for that guy. You got to be able to deal with them. You cannot spend all game not dealing with them. If you avoid these all game, then they end up on top of your silo, and it is game. It's GG. So I would just say, like, yeah, just be aware, be active, be alive to the threat. You know, if they're sending to you, you need to get ready for that. And it seems to me as though the South just they want to wall up. That's great. You can. You know, you can optimize your walls a bit better. But so far, so good, I guess. What worries me is, yeah, how are you going to now threat farm majoritively medium bugs with just grenades and what, 1 research? Okay, they have stronger explosives, 1. I did see a building that had that was going to make flamer towers, right? Dude, plug them in as soon as possible. Holy shit. And where are you getting the oil from? Because most of this is going back to base, right? Or can you make use of, like, this patch? Oh, yeah, that's the play. Right, come here, stick down a load of oil derricks, right? Stick down a load of oil derricks and plug them directly into this pipe. Plug them into the pipe. And then send everybody else to build those pipes up, stick these fire towers down, have 1 person on the outside kiting. Yeah, that's what I'd do. Again, not the best use of your time, but you are eventually going to have your defenses built up to a point where they can absorb that pressure. The outposts are ticking along nicely. Jimmy's on to purple. This could be the play, though. They have done this in the past. Throw the outpost to the wolves. Throw the outpost to the wolves and have 1 main outpost that's safe. And they are your purple people. And I like saying that word, purple people. But I feel like every game is a purple people game. And purple people, it needs to change. Like, I want a green game. You know, a blue game. Where throwing blue is worthwhile. Like, at the moment, the main base has not enough people to deal with this. Oh, damn. Do you have grenades? Tell me you have grenades, mate. Don't use your pistol. Oh, mate. There are 5 grenades in here and 5 in here. There are 10 grenades in that. You're going to just have to take the pain. Blue is up. I mean, the South are going fast. I'm not going to lie. 40 minutes in, that's rapid, but will they get purple up in time? Because they're crumbling at the moment, mate. They are crumbling. And people aren't reacting to this. You know, pipes being cut. I'm not sold on this tactic, man. Like, you've got to... Hang on a minute. There we go. You've got to eventually... That's the playlist I want. Hang on, there it is. Have they renamed that? No, they haven't. No, I'm being silly. So yeah, waves are crashing into the main base. And yes, the main base survives. But, you know, we're starting to lose some stuff. Red ships are being made, so that's good. That's positive, I guess. The wall begins to come down, and the flame towers come in. That's clutch. If they can keep this up, they can repel bugs up to like 50, 60, 70%. You know, continue to feed the wall production. Holy crap, feed this thing. This is the most important part of your game right now. You have nothing if you don't have a wall, right? Because with this wall comes a lot of safety, a lot of breathing room that you didn't have before. And yes, the bugs obviously can get round your wall. You can flesh it out over time. Okay, the grenade building's back up. Caliber for Bop's outpost at the moment doesn't seem to have a defined output. Like, it's just making stuff, which is fine, I guess. Ruinboggler's outpost is still chundering forward. Let's look north. Q-Kraut's mixed outpost. You love to see it. Sushi at its finest and worst. We're building some green chips. We're probably going to move towards red chips down the line, I guess. The outpost above them, Jason Gross. Here we go. This will be... yeah, this will be the beginnings of a purple spam. And at 30% already. Not impossible for the South to deal with. Neuro getting a build ready. Flamer Tower's coming down. Really nice. Really compact build this as well. I like this. It fits into no space at all. So a really compressed build here. Is anybody threat farming at the moment though? They're at minus 1k. And Max continues to build green. How much have they thrown in total? Let's check that number out real quick. They've thrown 1,200. Oh no, wait, hang on a minute. They've sent 2,741 green jugs from north to south. 863 military science jugs from north to south. And they've only consumed 18 of them. I know they don't like to use military research, but Jesus. Okay, here we go. Positives. The wall grows. Safety begins to install itself in the south side. It's not completely finished, and there are so many areas and so many gaps in this wall that need to be plugged for it to be safe. But even just the presence of a single tile in an area is a buffer zone. You know, even a single wall like this stops them here rather than directly on top of your mining and all of the stuff that you need to carry out your kind of thrust towards victory, you know, your idea. And again, we see some flamer turrets down. You'd love to see that too. So yeah, the South are managing to get a handle on it. Fair play to the guys down here have taken some heat. And they've taken a bit of a bashing in the last like 10-20 minutes. And they've come out on top. It's not over, obviously, because there's still pockets of resistance. But so far, so good. I like what I see here. They just need to kind of watch out for side swipes. We see this every week. I say this every week as well. The kind of attacks that come from the very top of your base or at the front door of your base, you will or you should repel them 100%. So obviously, you know, any attack that comes down here, here, or here, it's the bugs that make it around the edges of your base that pose the largest problem to you. So anything that kind of comes and sweeps across the map in an almost horizontal fashion is, dangerous to you. Lateral fashion, sorry. Something that comes across the side to you is very, very dangerous. And you have to be aware. They will eventually path. So the idea of this game will be building up a large defensive box around the base. For instance, like, oh, that's a circle. Terrible. Like this, for instance, a big box around the base. And then behind that box, you create laser turrets, you build fire turrets, flame turrets, and they will shoot out at the bugs any place they come, keeping the stuff in the middle of your base, the stuff that's helping you win the game, safe, so that it can continue to help you win the game. I understand as well that I'm talking about very clear and obvious concepts. A lot of you already know this, but you need to defend. This is a contact sport. They are coming. Here, they're kept at distance, and the wall is cheap to replace. Right? They've lost, what, 1-2 sections of a wall there. A few grenades get used. Brilliant. That is a dream. Compared to what these guys were dealing with 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, that is a dream of a situation. You know, one flamer every now and again, perfect. Later on, you can flesh it out. But here we see blueprints being drawn up again to cover off this area. I'm not too sure about that, but fine. Get it down, help yourself, you know. The north, meanwhile, have a wall being drawn across. They're obviously not dealing with the same level of threat and the same dangerous level of the bugs. Only at 6% on the north. The south at 32%. So, yeah, I'm not overly... Oh, dude, are they late to blue? Hang on a minute. Whoa. Hang on a minute here. They're really late to blue. I missed it. Oh, you sneaky little... And they're late by a while. Holy. First to red on the north. Second to green. But they built more of it and used more of it. Okay. Hello? Team? What? Dude, you're about to win. Like, you just get rid of these. You win the game. Deal with that. No. Dude, they are so in the lead as well. It's wild. Their research is so far ahead. They're about to turn purple on. They're literally about to turn purple on. And the silo is taking damage. And there are medium bugs right here. Oh, that's savage, mate. Toddy, what are you doing? Guys, get back. What are you doing? I mean, at least they've aggressed onto something that's not the silo, but it won't take long until they get back there. Lad, what are you doing? Are you serious? Guys, this is a tournament game. What is this guy up to? It's not his fault, but like, dude, you were like 2 meters away from that. You need to help. Silo took damage. It's game if you don't. Oh, mate, that's it. I'd kick that guy. Holy. What I was going to say before that happened, let me just look for more enemies. Like, okay, yeah, they came down the side. That's fine. Like, what I was going to say before that happened was, the South are actually miles ahead. They're ahead in research. They're ahead in science built. And they're ahead in science consumed as well. Massively so. I was looking at the defensive effort here, and yes, they've had to defend, and yes, they will need to continue to defend and build up their defenses. If the South get to purple, it's game over for the North. And they're not miles away. They already have it researched. And they're moving towards lasers as well. Oh my god. Okay, they're going deep here. That is wild. Imagine losing a game being that close to winning. That would have been a tragedy, mate. Serious, that would have been an absolute tragedy. To lose there would be a disservice to every other person on that team that went back and actually helped and defend. It would be a disservice to the people that have been up here, fighting the good fight on the front lines. To see somebody get in a car and drive away. Oh, I don't know, mate. I don't like singling people out, but come on, boys. Let's be better than that. Keep your head on. No, the South deserve to lose. Look at this. Get out. What am I looking at here? Output's full. What even is this? Why do we do this to ourselves? Why am I negative all of a sudden? Like, do you guys see the problem here, or is it just me? How is the output full everywhere? And yet there's a missing... You're backing up on heavy oil. Damn, dude. Yeah. I don't think I can ever get behind that. It's just horrible, mate. Horrible. Let's have a look at some of these supplementary bases out on the edge. Okay, now, right, the imprints are starting to go down now. So we can see here we have one set of chip builders. We have a second one going underneath for Room Boggler. And this will carry on until they can feed all of these chip builders. But yeah, with the innate understanding that this will become a purple spam, and they're not far away from that happening. Yeah, the cracking is not well balanced at all. But do you know what it is? The defense. You know, they worked hard on that. They worked very hard on that, and they've managed to kind of stabilize in areas. You know, the areas not so much, and there will be some pain coming at them. But for now, yeah, dude, South, fair play to them, mate. Fair play. I was calling it a while ago, thinking they weren't able to handle the mediums. They've handled the mediums. There's no way that they're going to see a 50% evolution anytime soon. In fact, I would argue that the South will push the North to 50% before they see it. You know, you can't build that much military science with a sushi build, sorry. You know, Clutch is limited here in how much they can build and spam here. So there has to be a development. You have to kind of move that base on and do something else with it. Are there any other outposts ready to go? I mean, yeah, maybe. Damn. Trix goes down. Nura's build is slowly but surely coming up, and they are building flamer towers on the north as well, so they will have some defenses. And again, a wall is down in areas, but the bugs can easily migrate around here too. Beyond that as well, we see some small efforts grabbing a couple of mineral patches. Power is looking relatively solid here. In fact, it's pretty good. There aren't any power issues on either side, I can imagine. Alright, power's looking good on both sides, so yeah, I mean, I'm not worried here too much about the north, really, for now. But if like a purple spam comes across their bow, that might just rock them or sink them. I'm quite sure that they don't handle a purple spam. So let's take a quick 30,000 view. Prox is going for oil, the hero play. Ah, that was the bugs, right? That's not grief. That was just the bugs getting in the way. Prox getting some oil. The hero play to make. Max's green spam has not moved on, so it continues to go. Continues to chug away. We've got Calipha's outpost that is eventually going to make some chips for us. Red chips, I believe. Or even blue. Damn. We're going for a yellow build here? That would be very... Oh, that'd be very smart. Purple from Rune and yellow from Calipha? No. South's on yellow power. I think they disconnected a network. Wait, let me check. Yeah, it was just a network that's been... When the bugs came in, they've just detonated a few poles. Once these come back up and people reconnect this, everything should be fine. There's just two distinct networks. There's one out here and one out here. And this one it's fine. So it shouldn't be a problem down the line. What am I looking at here? So blue's coming in now for research. Great. And so there needs to be a purple build from the north. In main, potentially? Are they going to be able to get purple up down here? Or are they going to wait for an outpost to get it done? Dude, the north is so far behind. I genuinely didn't see it coming. Because they've been pressuring the south so hard. I've had my eyes locked in this area for a while now. Not realizing that not only the tech tree has been rampaged down by the south. Look at all the unique exclusive research they have. The most important one is this. And beyond that, the most important one is the color above that, which is yellow. And if they manage to reach that and they manage to get there, and they're a ways away, it's not a done deal yet, but this could be frightening for the north. And I'm not sure they're ready to get their research up and running. We have a train somehow. Okay. Again, output full. Cracking is bad. And again, that's impacting plastic production too. I don't know, boys. There's three outputs to this building. You could build 3 separate pipes and filter them into 3 separate silos. And then if you want to jumble them all up and mix them all up, then that can work too. But this just hurts me, mate. This hurts my soul. I need to realign my chakras once I finish watching this. You know, I need another chakra attack at the end of the game. But so far, so good, you know. Both teams are playing incredibly well and incredibly quick. You know, we've yet to hit the 1 hour mark and we're looking at closing in on those endgame sciences. I just worry that the North have... Without being attacked as well, by the way, they can build with impunity here. They haven't had to deal with the same level of pain the South have. They're somehow behind. And this base out here is not doing science. Everything is being made in Maine. So North and South, dude, the South have been absolutely devastated multiple times. And we saw it as well. The silo took a hit. And by the way, you can heal this with a repair pack. I'm not saying you should, but if you're in the game right now and you have a repair pack on you, you can heal this silo. It is a play that you can make. Everything has come from here. And I really like this from Calipha. This is a really good play to make. I'm not entirely sure what this is or was. Maybe it was just the starter base. Sushi smelt the starter and then just move on. Walls continue to go down, and yes, awesome. They're starting to move them down to the edge of the base as well. That's perfect. Yeah. What do we think, guys? What do we think? I know what team I'd like to be on right now. And you know what? It's not at the top of the map. I'd be throwing my weight into defending, getting this wall up. You know, building this pipe network out so we can stick all the flamers down. I'd be working actively on that. Sorry about that. Coughing my absolute nuts off. So an ominous blueprint has gone down. Where did this come from? Is this a legal blueprint or is this an illegal blueprint? You say, I see some LDS. I see some LDS. Which means that we're looking at moving towards some yellow spam maybe. And yellow and purple spam will absolutely win the game for the South. Will absolutely win the game for them. How close are we to any purple research? They're going bots? That's so greedy. What? That's super greedy. Do they not? Are they not aware? Have they not scouted? Like, I know that you need robot flying frames, right? But you don't need to go and research like construction robots right now. What are the North planning? Am I missing something here? Have I missed something here? I'm not entirely sure. Like, I just think they've missed a trick. Where is the large scale? To be fair, it's a good point. They can hold it, but mate, look at that though. A single flamer tower goes down, and you lose the entire network. Honestly, mate, I would be flapping, absolutely flapping, if a single one of these flamers goes down in any part of this enormous wall. Any of these flamers, the entire network disconnects. And when you look at single point of failure, that is one. That is a single point of failure. And the reason why, again, the design is as it is that if a pipe breaks in the middle here, the network survives behind the flame turret. And bugs will kill anything they see, obviously, but they tend to go for military buildings first, meaning that if they get through here or close enough to this, they will always target the turrets first, and they'll leave the pipes alone. So if splash damage hits this pipe and this pipe dies, everybody else in the network stays alive. Everybody else in the network can keep firing their oil onto the bugs. So yeah, I'm nervous, and this is something you're going to have to replace all the way through the network, right? This isn't just a single point where you've built one flamer incorrectly. This is a mistake, and this may, I'm almost certain it will, if the North get pressured, be a problem for them, because also you don't really have a lot of coverage here. It's like one flamer every like couple of blocks. This compressed version of defense, although there are only one or two flamers at the moment, if you can maximize this, you're covered from a lot of angles by a lot of fire that can fire a lot, you know, and you have the turrets to slowly but surely build up and do that with. So yeah, dude, I'm worried for the North. I'm sure that they can defend themselves, and I'm sure that they have a plan in place. At the moment, okay, I'm seeing some lasers down. Brilliant. You're going to need them. Their power network looks large enough, but not massively large. Like, yes, it's coming online. I kind of like that. But if an attack was to come now, 20 minutes time, if all of a sudden a purple's like send came from any part of the map to you, would you be ready for it? I'm not entirely sure the answer is yes there for the North. You know, if they experienced medium and big waves, the wall would eventually get chipped away. Side swipes would happen. You know, we'd see the edges of the map slowly but surely crumble. And again, I say that, like, the South also have to close their base off. But let's take a look at their defense in action. This is what they built. This is how it works. The bugs hit the wall. They can't hit anything else. Like, the flame is behind it, so they hit the wall. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't think... We're not miles away from purple, but we are in many ways. And this will be a yellow build, I believe. I think they're going for yellow as well. Here we go. But we're there. We're right there. When was the first jug made? Sorry, that's my research, but we're still not closing in on purple for the north. They're miles away. It's yet to be made. Yet to be made. But it's being fed, though. It's being fed. Give it time with enough items, we will see the stat for the first time that purple comes in. I don't think they are blitzy. I think they're going to go purple-yellow. I think they're going to go purple-yellow and get the north to 90 quick. And then from there, I have no idea how you transition that. Because, you know, like, people can survive 90% if their defenses are up and running. It's not the worst thing in the world. That being said, I believe we're about to see one of the first purple jugs, or the first purple jug to be made. And if that is the case, from down here, and power's... Oh, power's low. Fuck. Why is power low? Coal's a problem. Are they tied into main base? Oh, there's a wave hit. No. Oh, no. No, dude. This wins you the game. Come over here and defend. Somebody pick up on this, please. They're so close to that winning move. They're one move away from checkmate. Get here. Get here. And when you've done that, feed this. You're not building that fast. You're at half capacity. Oh. No, somebody spot this, please. They're so lucky they haven't smashed into the main base yet. They're so lucky. Although if they lose their power block... Oh, why are they not going onto the buildings? Damn. That's wild, mate. They are so lucky they didn't get attacked there. Again, power is at half. And the first jug was made at 1 hour and 1 minute into the game, and 39 have been produced. Guys, are we not paying attention? Are we not plugged into the main? We're not plugged into mains here? Main base isn't yellow, right? Main base is fine. Connect the outpost, dude. Like, why not? Is this not a problem for them? Or is this something that we've spotted that they haven't? This is a serious problem. Like, you want to you want to be building purple as much as you can, as fast as you can, as ruthlessly as you can. They're lucky they only lost a couple of pipes and a little bit of oil here, but like, fill this up. Fill it up. Make it work for you. Like, you have it. Your power is a problem, and you're making purple sign. This is a winning move. It's absolutely a winning move. You're going for yellow, another winning move, and you're way ahead of the north, like miles ahead. They're going for robots and robot production. Sorry, robot speed. They're going down an area of the tech tree that is incongruent with not being the most efficient and getting a W. They're meandering down the tech tree to things that, in my mind, aren't going to get them the win. The south, however, though, purple here, utility here, and a cheeky rocket fuel, and the beginnings of a satellite. Are they seriously going to go for... No. They're not going for a rocket, surely. Okay, the only way they go for a rocket is if the yellow sign spam and the purple sign spam does not end the game. There is no chance. There's no chance that this goes super late and gets us to a rocket. Like, the game mode, the difficulty dictates that it should be over by the time we hit yellow-ish. You know, thereabouts. We're on red power. How have they not seen this? Are they serious? Is something disconnected over here? Is there like one power pole that isn't connected to main? Okay, I think they're back in full power. Yeah, they are. So one single power pole. And here we go. A rune boggler, a man of culture, knows how to build pipes. This is how you do it correctly. Refinery, one pipe for petroleum, one pipe for heavy oil, one pipe for light oil, and then figure out the rest with the cracking below it. This is how it's done. Yeah, that's fine. This makes me want to chew my own eyeballs out of my skull. This is horrendous. I don't know why this is a thing. It's working though, apparently. It says the building's working, but it looks like an exorcism to me. And there it is. A minute after the first purple jug was made on the south, the first yellow jug was made on the south as well. A 1 minute timing difference between an entirely different and difficult science to get up and running. 1 minute difference. And not only that, they're not sending it. It's going into labs. They're not looking to spam. Not yet anyway. Not yet. And some yellow is being built and some of it is going into labs. Somebody's been messing around. Oh no, okay. Nero's just fixing a build. So, okay. Let's just approach the subject. If we're going to go to a rocket, we're at the 1 hour and 5 minute mark now. You know, they're not far away from the research, but the production, you know, the satellite, for instance, the silo retrieval thingy, right? You need to stick that stuff down. So when do we see a rocket then? 1 hour and 40? Maybe? I mean, we're running at a slower game speed. So, you know, obviously time is relevant, but we're not running at 1-to-1. Or are they just using yellow for the laser upgrades? There's no way Rune pipes this back to main base, right? This is for a throw. This has to be for a throw. And again, this outpost has, well, firstly, robots. That's one of the differences here. The South don't have this. So you can slap down large blueprints, but it does take its time. They are building lasers, and there are a decent amount of lasers. I see. Power is still an issue. Is power an issue all over? It is. How? This is enormous. You just double yourself back, I guess, and just build the same thing underneath it? That's wild, mate. I didn't realize. I mean, you need power, obviously, and you need a lot of it, but I didn't realize that they would run out. Unless that one block is running everything, which surely isn't the case. But the laser outpost is going well. Rune Boggler's outpost is going well. You know, they are building up a decent amount of purple. I'd like power to be fixed somehow, and I do believe if you feed at least this, you're going to get some change out of that. You still have like room on your coal patch to stick down more miners. I'd get to that, dude. That job needs to be done, right? Max that out. Meanwhile, you've got bugs still coming through your outpost, coming down the edges of your base. You know, if you've got nothing to do, max this wall out, yeah? Thicken it up. Grab some more flame turrets, stick them down. This wall luckily goes all the way down. This power block isn't necessarily going full blaze. That's something you can work on. Again, we're slowly but surely seeing the beginnings of the closing up of the base. And I say this, you need to have done this by about 1.5 hours into the game. If you wait any longer than that, then you get hit with stuff like this in areas where you don't want to be hit with stuff like this, right? That wall wasn't there and these flamers aren't there. Those bugs make it all the way on top of this and on top of this and on top of this, and yeah, they just ruin your day. So far, so good. And yeah, dude, they hit yellow super fast. I don't think I've seen a 1 hour and 2 minute yellow rush. I don't think I've seen that fast. I would wager that might be the fastest yellow build we've ever seen. Hang on a minute, let me ask in general. Alright, I'll start that in Discord. Let's see if anybody gets back to me. I think an hour and 2 must be a record, right? I mean, an hour and 1 for purple is very nice. It's about in line with one of the faster versions or fastest versions of the game. An hour and 2 minutes it has to be a record. But electricity is still a problem. Power is still an issue down here. And I love the base. The base looks great, but is it time to break out this build? This enormous behemoth. This one with no recipe set. Damn. There was. Okay, I got you. So they eventually got hold of it and figured out, fixed it. Okay, we're fully walled in now. Stick a gate here, please. Don't leave holes. This isn't the fucking Death Star, right? This isn't Star Wars. Don't leave one hole in the mega base, the Megatron, and allow one missile to make its way through. Do we have any purple in main base at all? Or are they just smashing out the research? Let's take a look at that. Rocket fuel is being researched. Look at all of the unique research the South have as well. All of this is unique and exclusive to them. The North need to get all of this to be on a level playing field when it comes to research. Meanwhile, they're going up the modules, so obviously they're going to go to Prod 2s, Speed 2s, Prod 3s. The North prioritizing some laser upgrades, which the South have some, so obviously down the line you'd like to see more of them. But you're on the clock here. You can't just take forever to research. So, yeah. What about the second layer of defense? Okay. I don't mind this. This isn't too bad. If they do make this happen, if they wall this outpost off and up. And again, they have managed to stick walls kind of around. I mean, it's a huge front line. That is massive. Oh, damn. Look at that. Hang on a minute. That is wild. That's huge. So the North have to defend all of this. Sorry, I'm slightly out of sync there. All of this area and all of this area, right? Just bear in mind that all of that is what the North have to defend. Meanwhile, the South have to defend all of this area minus, and I'll say that right now, this little area here, which is a shoulder cut off. Look at the difference in size. You know, they don't have a lot of bots on South, to be fair, but like, they're so spread thin on the North. You're gonna need a load of towers. You need a load of walls for a start. You need a load of bots to replace what you lose. I don't know, dude. I know which base I'd rather be in. Like, it's gonna be quicker to run to the South's edges than to defend one behemoth front line that eventually will get caved in. Size, you say that, but it just looks a little bit anemic at the moment. Again, they will flesh this out. This isn't the end game for them, but yeah, dude, we're moving into dangerous territory, to say the least. Dangerous territory for the South. I just wonder if we're looking at Ascend at all here, or is this going back to main base? Because these things haven't produced a ton, right? There's an inefficiency here. Power's managed to bounce itself back, but there still is stuff missing. I was like, Sorry about that. My very drunk Irish friend has called me, very upset about the rugby. For any of you that know the score, please don't tell me. I had it slightly spoiled. I know who wins, but I don't know what the score is, so yeah. No spoilers, please. And I obviously have no idea who's winning the Scotland-Wales game, so please don't tell me the answer to that either. I'd like to watch that one back later. Let's take a 10,000-foot view look at the map. Let's zoom in on what's working and what needs to happen, and then let's take a real brief look at the research. In fact, we'll start with the research first. Lies. It's half time. They haven't scored in the last few minutes. As far as I'm aware, so spoiler alert, anybody waiting to watch this game later, I know there are a few rugby fans here. Somebody messaged me on WhatsApp going, ha ha, Ireland have lost, lol. They didn't tell me the score, and normally they do this because they've had a load of beers and they're just in the pub and they want to tell everybody that, you know, Ireland have lost. Brilliant. I wanted to save that game to watch later, the same as the Wales game, but fine, I know who wins now. I just don't know if it's like a big win or a close win. So yeah, my Irish friend has just called me up and he's not in a good place right now. He's coming back from town. Advanced material processing, now we have purple production and we have yellow production in the cards at the moment. However, if we look at production, dude, at the hour mark, they made purple and yellow. We're closing in on quarter of an hour, 15 minutes after that point, and even then, they might not produce. Even then, like, the North might still have to build up their production in order for us to get the first jug of yellow and purple that the South have had for about 20 minutes. It's wild, dude. I don't know how they've done this. I'm going to have to watch this video back. Out of nowhere, the South, with bugs that were like on top of their silo. Look at this. The bugs were here. Medium bugs and small bugs. And they were chewing the crap out of this area. And Jimmy was like, yeah, we good, we aight. It ain't no thing. And he just kept going. And I believe that's how Jimmy 50 talks. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't even know if he's American or not. But yeah, that's in my head. That's my creative imagining of Jimmy 50's voice. Just very calm and soothing. Yeah, we good. We got this kind of voice. I'd send, mate. I don't know what they're waiting for. Obviously, they are building some purple. And they are sending, well, none of it so far. But, you know, 37% is what they're dealing with at the moment. And yes, they've got lasers. And yes, they have a wall. And yes, they have some defenses now. But, like, the North being on 9%, I'm not sold on that. Like, it needs to be worse than for them. Otherwise, they're going to make this monstrosity happen. And for anybody that is out there that is watching, that looks at this and thinks, this is how you defend, this isn't how you defend. If a bug comes up to this wall, they're just going to, like, avoid the wall, like, spitting at the wall and just hit your very expensive laser tower. So, it's defense. It's not good defense at all. And out here, the wall is obviously defense, but it's not massively. The scope of it isn't that large. So, yeah, you know what I like for them? They've got massive power block out. The outpost is ticking along really nicely. They have a laser outpost. They have a couple of mixed outposts. Bots are up. They're moving towards endgame, which is great. You know, stuff like this. It helps. The South, they need to send. And I don't know how much they need to send, but they need to force the hand of the North. Get them to 50%. Get them to 60%. Close in on that behemoth number with the purple spam. With the complete express understanding that you are going late and you will be building rockets. But in the meantime, we're just going to make things painful. Now you say RJD, but I don't see you in the game, bud. Are you Tommy Fury? No, you're not Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury is making 9,000 IQ plays right now. That's not you. Let me see if I can find him. Oh, you're spectator. I get you, right. Yeah, you're up here. Yeah, so I thought you were in the game as in playing the game. I like the South, mate. I like them. I like what they're up to. And their defense is slowly but surely like forming and building. And I like this. You know, they've had to deal with a lot of pain, and I thought it was a good game a while ago. And somehow they've managed to snatch it from the jaws of defeat. And the outposts have suffered some problems, and power has been an issue. And production it's minimal, like they're not really cranking out the purple signs. What they are doing, though, is cranking out purple signs at an intermittent kind of in an intermittent fashion. I don't believe, unless I check north, I keep clicking the wrong button for that. Yeah, dude, there's a gap. There is a gap. So what's going on in the main base? What are we seeing here now? North's main. It's looking okay. Some battery being built. Obviously, we've got some robots up. How many robots do you have in the network? 46 robots in this network. Over on Rune Bogglers, I can imagine there's many, many more. 570, 580. You know, a decent little army that you can slap down blueprints that look like this in an area that's kind of over here that you'll use this resource for, and you know, a little bit of this resource. Yeah, all things considered, they're stockpiling light oil. They can get a rocket down. You know, they can. Both teams can, in fact. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we do see a rocket at some stage. But, okay, finally. There is a gap in who built what. And that gap is, for purple, 16 minutes. That's the lead that the South have. They have a lead in research, they have a lead in production of 16 minutes. 1-6. And yellow, they'll have a gap. I mean, that's going to be a long time, dude. There's no way that they just all of a sudden pop up a yellow build in North. So this is what they have. This is the level that they've managed to reach in terms of technology. And the South have been there for a while. Like, yes, I think they're well defended and the lasers are well researched in terms of like, I think they've had damage and speed gone up twice. And, you know, this looks like it's not going to be running out anytime soon. They will continue to produce lasers, which is great. You need a lot of them. The ending to this game is going to be wild, mate. And I do not think it's going to be as predictable as we may assume. I'm of the opinion that the South are positioned very nicely to spam the North with science they don't need. So once you finish researching with yellow and purple, you can continue building it and spam with it. Or we're looking at a pure rocket game. Like, there's no spam other than what Rune Boggler has on him, effectively. Why is this terrible? Because coal's terrible. Why is coal terrible? Because you're peeling it from one lane. We'll make coal better. What? What are we doing? Stop this. This is madness. Dude, there's room on the patch. We shouldn't have coal problems down here. If we have spare coal. Alright, okay, moving on. Not my job. Not my problem. In fact, talking about that, let me follow somebody real quick. And I'm going to go and grab a drink. So we're going to follow the ruminations of one Rune Boggler. And I think is he streaming at the moment? You might be able to see his POV if he is. But if not, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go grab a drink. I am thirsty. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. That took a little bit longer than I wanted to. I may or may not have smashed something in the kitchen, unfortunately. I'm definitely going to get heat about that later, but it's fine. I think it's not her favourite mug. It might be a second favourite mug. So, yeah, I might need to quickly get onto Amazon and reorder something. Never mind. No, I wish, mate, I wish. I'm looking forward to... I'm staying away from spoilers, but I'm looking forward to... now, my missus got a Winnie the Pooh mug, and I may have just elbowed it onto the floor, and it now exists. It still exists. It's just disassembled itself into a couple of thousand pieces, and I don't know where I can get another one. She'll forgive me, right, guys? I'll be okay. She's not going to kill me in my sleep, is she? It's not a favourite mug, but it's up there. It's top 3. If you never hear from me again, guys, if you never hear from me again, I have been murdered by my significant other. I'm kidding. She'll be fine. She'll be alright with it. And if anything, I can find a design like that and print it onto a mug. Yeah, I think she'll be fine with it. I'm not clumsy, but you know when you're unloading the dishwasher and you just put something in a space that doesn't need to be there? I literally just elbowed it by accident, so I didn't drop kick it out of spite. You know, launch it into the garden because I hate it so much. But yeah, oh, damn, I don't want to. It's been a good day so far. I just don't want to get into an argument or anything, and I don't think it'll turn into that. But yeah, I'm pretty chill. You know, I realigned my chakras at the beginning of the stream. As a lot of you guys remember as well, you know, we were all realigned. Dibs on commentate. You say that. I am actually looking for co-commentators for the quarter, semi, and finals. And if there's anybody out there that wants to do some co-commentary, even if it's only for 10 minutes, literally, if you just want to come into it and just have a chat for like 10, 20 minutes, that would be fine. I'm down for that. If you want to stay for the whole game, stay for the whole game. You know, I'm in. Like, let's try and make more happen. I'm meant to be interviewing the captains as well, doing like a post-game interview, but it really depends on whether they feel like it or not. If you lose a game and you've been playing for like 6 hours, you might not want to talk, you know, to an overly friendly Englishman afterwards. So I understand if, you know, somebody goes, nah, I just lost imagine losing the finals and somebody interviewing you. I just feel bad, man. I don't want to be somebody else's like, fuck this guy. I just want to go home. I just want to turn my computer off. I made it all the way to a finals of a game and you couldn't get over the line, and now they want to talk to me about what I did wrong. They switched to normal refinery. Oh, look at this. Look at, okay, but that's fine. But ooh, nice. This is what we like. This is why we play the game. Not to throw everything into one pipe and then get whatever it gives us. Get some outputs. And then we know how much we have. So I'm glad they fixed this, because it was genuinely hurting my soul. And how are we looking on any sends? No sends at all. Research is coming in. Silos on the board for the south. You know, a couple of... the weapons damage is coming in nicely as well. Holy. They've gone damage 3, shooting 4. Yeah, dude. Firstly, welcome in, Slave. Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, sushi pipes is not a concept I'm quite used to at the moment. It certainly was introduced into the game, but we play a more traditional game in that sense, where it just makes sense to have your refineries just slightly more organized, you know, so you know what's coming in, you know what's going out, and if you're in a deficit, then you can work around that deficit. So, for instance, this, and we all know that this is just, firstly, it's more aesthetic to look at. And secondly, it's just more organized. I know what I've got here. I can just hover over a pipe and see what the output is. Or hover over here and see what I'm missing. That being said, however, apparently this is how you build power now. And to me, this is like a nightmare. This is like a dystopian nightmare. You know, when they show you like those American the American suburbs and all the houses are the same. and all the gardens are the same, and there's the same car outside. It's like an Orwellian dystopian nightmare of just the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's not working, I know, because you need to feed it, and you need a lot of coal to feed it, and you're not going to have enough coal, really. You know, you need to make use of not only these 2 patches, I'd make use of some of the excess oil that you have. It should, in theory, well, it's proper, yes, but the electricity's bouncing as well, so be aware, like, they still have some minor issues. Once this turns on, and once this begins to fully fire, I think this is fine. Like, this can work. It's just they're not feeding it correctly. This is a monster. It needs monstrous amounts of fuel. And if you need to save light oil for, obviously for rocket fuel, you need to find a fuel source that will work in this environment. And at the moment, you're barely feeding it. But bear in mind, again, the traditional way we build power blocks in the olden days, in the ancient times that I'm from, you just did. No. Sorry, my phone went off. And the ringtone for that person is not particularly nice. Apologies about that, but my phone just ambushed me. I have a lot of rugby friends. They're all watching the rugby or at the rugby at the moment, and I've been ambushed twice now. Once at the beginning of the stream, where, somebody spoiled me the result, and then now... No, 3 times, in fact. My Irish friend calling me drunk, and then just now another friend of mine just basically whining about the referee. I think that when they're drunk, they don't quite realise that I don't really care. Like, talk to me tomorrow when you're sober. If you've been in a pub all day and you've been drinking like 8-10 pints, you don't make any sense to me. You know? I get it that you're emotional. I get it that you're invested. Maybe you put a bet on or whatever. Gamble responsibly, obviously. But I don't care. I'm sorry. And he's a good friend as well. I like him. He's a nice guy, but come on, mate. Like, I don't need to spend 3 or 4 minutes talking to you about a game I haven't even seen yet. I haven't even seen it yet, mate. How can I have an opinion? Anyway, we are still in the middle of a tournament game of Bite Battles. It's an hour and 30 in. We are seeing any yellow from the north yet at all? Or are we still in that gap? Are we still gapped here? No. Okay, so, ooh. The South produced their first yellow jug an hour and 2 minutes into the game. The North, 1 hour and 27, a 25-minute difference in production. 25-minute difference. Now, when you think about what's currently happening in the game, the South haven't sent anything to the North, and that's fine, I guess. There was a point where it was kind of insufferable for them, but the early spams, the kind of your green and logistic spam, hasn't really worked out for them particularly well. So yes, they're now sat at 42% for the South, and yes, that is uncomfortable. They have their defenses up. Let's take a look. Seems fine to me, right? And yeah, the wall might get damaged, but like, a wall is cheap to replace. Even if this block goes down, there's many more behind it. It will take so many more waves to smash through this, and before then, somebody, hopefully, fingers crossed, will have seen that and then gone and fixed it. So I always say walls are the cheapest things to build. You can build them right from the start of the game, and you'll need them all the way through the game, because once you set them down, you can forget about them. Set and forget. Meanwhile, the North's defense it's big. Yeah, power's an issue on both sides, right? And is it because they're connecting everything up? Or is it potentially because the lasers are starting to fire? Like, hopefully we see something smash into the lasers, and then I'll tell you if I... Damn, dude, that rock is getting it. Holy. This is what I'd be slightly worried about if I was the outpost. But at this point of time, these outposts should have about 20 to 30 lasers on them. And if anything comes anywhere near here, what they'll tend to do is drag a power line out, stick a load of laser turrets down, and then defend from there. So there'll be an impromptu little like laser pod being made. Similar to this to a point, but minus the flame tower. I'm not exactly sure what this achieves, this base. Although it does have walls being built. There's a bonus there. But yeah, power has bounced around this game. But the good news is, the lasers are quite well upgraded, to be fair. We're on tier 4 for the south, and somewhere around tier 4 for the north as well. And if I remember correctly before I left, damn, the north are going for nuclear, whilst the south just speed run down to rocket silo. Okay. This is interesting. They have really, really deviated. Like, the North have not played this conventionally. It doesn't mean they're getting it wrong. The conventional mindset is that you move to a rocket silo as fast as you can, and you add in defensive tech when you need it. So you add in your laser shooting speed when you need it. You add in your refined flammables, your stronger explosives, for instance. You add this all in. But there is a hard and fast line that you take to get to silos if it's a silo game. And the North aren't adhering to that. They're going in a different direction, which is interesting. And again, this is good timing. This is very good timing. 1 hour and 33 into the game. The game has been slowed down a little bit to provide for lag. There are some people in the game that are slow, or their computers aren't fast enough to do this, but one neat arrangement I saw in a multiplayer game showed me that you could daisy chain boilers so they passed fuel to each other. Yes, I've seen this. There's a very, very French man in this server called Neuro666. And if you ever want to see that daisy chained power build, I would talk to this guy right here. Because he has a horrible, but it works. It just looks monstrous. Where effectively, the boilers pass themselves fuel. And they're all kind of built behind each other, almost like on top of each other. And it works, to be fair. It does work. But goddamn, does it look supremely ugly. Yeah, dude, good luck to Sal. Hey, mate, I think this game will be on for at least another 40 minutes, 30, 40 minutes, I reckon. I hope South have got this, mate. I like what I see from the South. It would take a real slip up, or maybe I'm missing something from the North, but like they're already feeding a silo. Damn, dude. The VOD, I'll have the VOD coming up onto YouTube down the line, so you'll definitely be able to catch the last portion of the game in the future. I'll have all this stuff uploaded down the line. And we're closing in on the quarterfinals of this tournament as well, so yeah, down the line we will only have 8 people into 4, 4 into 2, and then finally 2 into 1 champion. That's going to be interesting. I'd like to see who we finally crown the king of the captains, outside of me, obviously. Because down the line, what probably needs to happen is this tournament happens, obviously, and then we crown a champion, and then they play me. And then if they beat me, they're champion for like a day. Because it's me most of the rest of the time anyway, let's be honest. Are there anybody out there that thinks I'm being serious? I'm not. I'm seriously good at the game. A legend, in fact. But I don't take myself too seriously. Red science is maybe slightly limiting here. Yeah, dude, what's wrong with red? Did they just turn it off? Are they just not producing enough red science? Are we speed moduling red? This doesn't look right. Is this normal? Am I seeing things here? We're speed 1ing red signs because it's missing in some of our labs with yellow in it and purple in it. That is wild, mate. Okay, that's something new. I've not seen that before. Running out of red is kind of a big deal because you make it all the way through the game. Like, red should just be in abundance. Meanwhile, a little bit of shenanigans going on there. We see the beginnings of our satellite production. The silo itself is very slowly but surely, I think is the right way to put it, building up towards rocket number 1. And with that, I'm gonna change the music out. Let's take a look. Let's just change the tempo. I was a bit dark and hard, right? Let's go for something a little bit chiller. Let me know about the volume levels. Sometimes when I stick a playlist on, it's too quiet. Sometimes when I stick one on, it's too loud. So if you can't hear it or if it's too loud, just put a quick thing in chat and I'll just mess around with the volume levels, basically. Make sure that it's coming in. If I could, I would, but unfortunately, I get cancelled, mate. I get a red flag or a black flag on my account. There's no way you're back from Costco, dude. But we're closing in on a rocket. We are 70 out of 100 parts being built from the south. North are yet to make the most of their silo. We are seeing a decent amount of production here from the outpost. They have enough stuff to make a lot of rockets, right? So they have a flipped build here of one. Wait, how many? This is doubled, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of these mix builders. Obviously not all of them are up and running, but 14 of them are ready to be making those endgame parts to make a rocket out of a silo. I'm not too sure exactly in terms of like their research timings, how long it's going to be until that silo comes good. 81% completed from the south. The north have gone into nuclear tech. They're only just now making rocket fuel or researching rocket fuel. The south have just been very consistent here. Very consistent. Rock steady, mate. Rock steady. And I don't know if these guys are going to go for a nuke, maybe. Probably not, I guess. I mean, nobody's making a move for uranium fuel. These guys are, but it's just being chested at the moment. Okay, power's being expanded on. I like that. This is certainly good. You'd love to see it. You don't need a lot of oil either. You just need some. Just get some in here to make some of this work. And down the line, you can add to it. Oh, mate. Yeah, welcome. It's all good, mate. I'm glad you're here. This is an educational stream. And we go through all the different layers of the game as the game progresses. We're currently in the end game. Or the end of the game, but it's not the end of the game, if that makes sense. The kind of objective of the game is to keep your rocket silo safe. So at the beginning of the game, you don't have anything given to you. You just have a few burner miners and a few stone furnaces, and over time, you and your team will build a big base like this, or a big base like this, and research differently. The map is always different. The ore patches are always different. The lakes are always placed in different places. But over time, the bugs will get strong and they will evolve. For instance, the South's bugs are 42% evolved, meaning they're stronger. The North's bugs are only 12% evolved. And over time, these bugs will become angry. Here we go. Like this. They'll group up together and they will come and try and kill your base. If they become so strong and so big that they can kill your rocket silo, you lose the game. So your job is to research with all of the sciences that you need. It's to get your defenses up, so build a big wall. Build some defense behind the wall, like your flame towers, your laser towers, and survive longer than the enemy team as the enemy team's bugs get stronger and stronger and stronger. At the moment, the bugs aren't strong enough to come through the wall, but that will change very soon because they can go over 100% evolved. They can become 200, 300, 400. They can go as strong as you want. They become massive. The health becomes massive. The damage they do is enormous, and they can just tear through defenses. So in about half an hour's time, these walls will not be big enough. These defenses will not be enough for one team. And that team normally lose the game. So the objective is simple. You keep your rocket silo safe. That's it. How you keep your rocket silo safe is up to you. So the North have gone for a very aggressive build where they have been sending science to the opposite side to make the other bugs, your enemy bugs, stronger. So the way you do this is you build science jugs, science jars, flasks, and you, as a player, you have a menu on the left-hand side where if you click a button, you can send that science to the enemy team. Every time you send a science, it does a certain value of increased evolution. So the very, very first send was 25 jugs, and that increased the South from 1.9% to 3.2. And over the course of the game, the South have gone from 1.9 all the way up to 42. So over the course of all of these minutes, all of these instances are people sending science. The stronger the science, the more it does. So at the moment, sending, red is easy to build, green is easy to build, military is nice and easy to build, blue isn't that hard either, but they don't multiply as much. If you can send space science, the multiplier is huge. It's 388 times. So if you can build a rocket and get and research everything up to here to get to the rocket and get your science from space back, you will win the game. And you can send multiple rockets and receive multiple rockets worth of science. So this is the end of the game, because this is the end game. It doesn't get bigger than this. But what might happen is one team will send 5 rockets, or they'll send 10 rockets, so they have 10,000 space science, and the bugs will evolve so big that they just destroy the enemy map. So it's your job to keep everything safe, to keep researching and keep your builders building, because you need to expand your base. And just think about this, right? We've been playing for 1 hour and 40 minutes. 1 hour and 40. We are already at a rocket in a rocket silo, and there are 20 people on either, no, 21 on south, 24 on the north. So when you play solo or you play with friends, to get to a rocket, it will take you hours and hours and hours and multiple playthroughs. Here, in one game of biter battles, in 1 hour and 40, we have a rocket ready to go. And look how big the bases are. They're huge. These bases are enormous. In 1 hour, this has been made. So it's huge. Exactly. So you either research with the science, which is what you need to do, or you send it. And by sending it, you don't get to use it for research, but you do damage to them. So you have to make a choice, right? Do you use your science for your labs, and you push your team ahead, one tier of science, a bit more research? For instance, do you upgrade your laser towers so they shoot more? Do they hit harder? Or do you want to take that yellow science and throw it at the enemy? And in this game mode, the best way of winning the game is to launch rockets. So that 13% value at the moment on the north, if you were to send a rocket's worth of science, that will jump massively. Build 2 rockets, even higher. 3 rockets, even higher. So at the moment, they're safe. But they're not really safe, the north, but they're safe for now. In time, once they can build all of the relevant stuff around the rocket, yeah, dude, it's going to get big. The South basically had to defend really hard. Very, very hard early on. Their base got destroyed, and they almost lost their rocket silo. Meanwhile, the North's is dormant. And as we see here now, after one rocket goes up, a satellite comes down with our white science, and all of a sudden, 1,000 white science is ready to be sent. And there it goes. They've sent 1,000. So it was 13% strength bugs just now. It's gone to 82% in one send. So just to put that into perspective, because things are going to get pretty wild from here. It's not going to be slow. It's going to be very quick. Not only did the percentage of bugs jump, the amount of bugs on the pitch, on the board, also jumped. So they added 28,981 extras. 29,000 bugs. I just want to be clear about that. TH,000. And later there will be millions. Right? 6 zeros, millions of bugs. Now there are bosses spawning, and these walls are not big enough. I'm telling you right now, these walls are not big enough. Although the bugs still have to evolve one more step. At the beginning of the game, they're small and their shells are brown. When they evolve one step up, they go to mediums with these pink shells. One more step is blue above them, which are big. And when we reach 90% evolved, which we're not very far away from, 90%, they will become green, behemoth bugs, and they will destroy everything. And even now, look, the wall is being chewed into, broken, and some of the defenses are taking damage. And these attacks are happening everywhere, all across the wall. So here, over this side, here, over this side, and it will continue. The aggression will continue and continue and continue. So the North now are in a bit of a problem. They have a bit of an issue. And I spoke about this early on, and you might not have seen this before on stream, but welcome, my name is Ghosty, and I have MS Paint built into my stream. It's the one unique thing about me, is that somehow I've managed to learn how to draw on my screen. So what we see when we see attacks is, yes, they will come directly from the bug area, but we will also see them come across the map, and we will see attack patterns like this. So you will see bugs coming in from the side. They don't always just come down and just hit you on your front door. They are going to hit the sides as well. And that's where your base needs to have defenses everywhere. You don't choose where they come in from. They just come in. And so now you have to be really active in how you defend, because yeah, 82% it's a problem. But when we hit 90% evolved, that's a huge problem. Huge problem that I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they have an answer to solve right now with. So yeah, this wall here is anemic. It looks big and they've got like 2 rows of lasers that are upgraded behind it. That's great, but it's anemic. The bugs become so strong that they can just tank through things. You know, they will just plow and cut a direct path through your wall and through your area here. And we'll see that. That happens every game. There are no draws in this game. And I'm starting to say this, and I mean it. I like the saying. This game is a contact sport. You will see a bug. It will come and run at you. What you want is this wall to stop them from running at you, right? You want it to be as weak as possible so that you might be able to kill it. Like, these are small bugs. They don't exist on the North anymore. The North have only mediums and bigs. See how big these guys are compared? And they can go one step bigger. Behemoths. Behemoth bugs. With bosses. And here we go. Look, what we were talking about. Oh no, shit, that's from the outside. Okay, so this is the outpost on the south. And again, the south still have some problems to deal with, but they're not dealing with 80% bugs. So yeah, so far so good. They're still struggling a little bit. They do have some lasers down here on the south as well, but the outpost isn't heavily protected. I'd love to see a level of defense where, yeah, you just build like a laser line or like a pod of lasers out in the distance to catch any waves coming down at you. You know, a small pod like this can really help intercept waves coming your way. So yeah, so far so good. Has a second rocket gone up? Yes, now a second rocket is going up. So another 1,000 white science, right? Another 1,000. What happens if that goes over to the north? Well, we'll see. Or they will save the science and throw multiple thousands of it, right? And again, a rocket goes up on the south, the north. It's asleep. It's not being filled up. There's nothing here for them. Their research has been slightly slower. It's been slightly lacking. And they just send it instantly. And the Evo jump is to 95. Awesome. We now have the strongest bugs possible. Well, no. The largest bodied bugs the fastest bugs, but they can hit harder and have more health if they evolve beyond this. So now the biggest version of the bugs are coming in. South's Evo is 46%. All they've had to deal with was some early spam of green and military, which they survived. But it was a nightmare though. They lost a lot of stuff up here got taken out, to the point where they even had a wave directly on top of the silo. And in many ways it's kind of poetic, because almost an hour ago this silo had medium bugs on top of it, which were killing it effectively. Look, there's this little gun turret here. It died defending this, right? And now an hour later, not only is the silo alive, it's thriving, sending rockets to the north, and the north are dealing with these big green guys. You see these guys? They're not even that big compared to how big they can be, but they've gone through that wall like butter. Yeah, that's one wave. There are 27,000 bugs. Not all at once, but in groups. They will come. And they will come in all over. And see these guys with the green bars over their head? This is a boss. This has incredible amounts of health. So tanky compared to the other bugs. So like one wave might go down, but like, okay, you've lost 5 wall pieces there, right? The next wave comes in, you lose 5 more wall pieces. The next wave comes in after that, 5 more wall pieces. And before you know it, there's no more wall for them to fight, and they're directly attacking your defenses. And then before you know it, they've come through your defenses and they're directly on top of your production. So this is a big deal. And yes, obviously this is a lot of lasers, but look at power. Look at it jump. To fire on everything here now, they're in yellow. They're literally bouncing around in yellow power because the lasers are shooting everywhere. They're shooting here, across this way. They're going to be shooting up here. They're going to be shooting over here. And as we spoke about just earlier on, they could potentially be firing on the edge as well. Bugs absolutely can come down and around to the sides. And just look at this. There's nothing here. There's nothing there. Just imagine, just dream with me for a second. If you're a bug, right, what's the best way to get into the enemy base? Well, if you come here, you die, and if you come here, you die. But if you come here, there's nothing. And if I just take my time and I come between these 2 lakes and around here, I'm in for free. And then I'm on top of their power block, I'm on top of their outposts, and I'm just smashing the side of their base up like this, to the point where there is no more base. And you've lost whatever exists within this area, you've lost it. It's been a whole hour and you couldn't keep hold of it, so it went down. We do go for uranium. In fact, one of the teams out here is currently, it's kind of blocked off by vision, but the North prioritize getting nuclear build-up, and we do see nukes up all the time. Nukes are almost required for the longer versions of the game, which we're in. We're in one of the longer, not the longest, but one of the longer formats of the game, where a game will go on for 2 hours, maybe 2.5 to 3 hours. But with the way things are moving and progressing now, the fact that they've beaconed their silo, blue chips are a bit of a problem. Like blue chips is stopping them from making more of this. And let's go back on production and see what's making them slow. Okay, so blue's coming from here, coming from here. And it's purely just sulfur? No. Oh, it's red chips. And red chips are slow because of copper? No, come on, boys. What? No. You're not producing a rocket because you can't fill up 2 chests with copper. That seems... Are you seeing this? Look how tragic this is. You have full refineries here. You could grab and drag out of all of the bottom ends of this and fill these buildings up and fill these chests up. You're not producing blue chips because of this. Because you're not creating copper wire. That's wild to me. And because they didn't automate it and it has to be hand fed, that they've missed the trick here. Just plug this in. Grab a splitter from here. Grab a line from here. Like split this off and drag it down. You know, there's a room here. You could smelt more copper. It's backed up. Grab a line. They've left it on manual. That's terrible. So the only thing stopping them from building more rockets is one area of their production is hand fed and it has gone dry. They could have had another rocket up by now. And it's little things like that, right? The South are in the lead and they are ahead. But if they had let that go on for long, or if that stays there and they forget and they don't look at it, and the North stabilize, the North can come back. It's not GG. Like, look at the bots they have can come and bring in defenses. They can bring in walls. Like, they're not, it's not done, you know, they haven't won the game yet. So to miss this, that's a massive, massive oversight. And they have copper backed up. It's all here. Blue chips aren't being produced because of 4 buildings not being hand-fed. And that's just tragic. That's really, really tragic. And again, I don't encourage stream sniping at all, right? But anybody that's played this game for a long period of time, you saw me do it, right? What we missing? Blue chips. Okay, let's follow the line, right? Just follow the line, follow the line, follow the line, right? And then we ended up at the problem. That's how you solve problems, right? To build these copper coils is simple. To feed this production line will give you more blue. But it's not me. I'm not on the south, guys. Some of you are on the south, and I don't know if it's cheating if you fix this. But, like, Jimmy is a good enough player to know that this is a problem. He is. He's a good enough player to know this is a problem. It was a calculated risk, but boy, everybody laughed at me when I told them I wanted to be a comedian. Well, they're not laughing now. Yeah, that's overwhelmingly sad. Considering how far ahead they are and how much further they could be if that was to be fixed. It's not the only problem, but that's a really easily solvable problem that you could sort out like that. Bang, done. You know, it is done. We have, you know, they have boxes where hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copper plates are made. Go and refill those boxes, you know, go and refill them. You know, backed up smelting lines, go and grab from here. Look at this, hundreds of plates just sat in a smelter, not being used. Grab them. Use them, you know. Green chips aren't the problem, really. It's red. That being said, you know, rocket number 3 is on the way. I just believe that had blue chips not been, I mean, they're coming in trickling, you know, a few here, a few there. I'd kind of wish that, yeah. How about the north? Are we closing in on this? Oh, dude, Logibots. Logibots are a bit of a meme. Not gonna lie. Ah, here's the silo. Okay. Okay, right. So let's count this out. Let's count this out because the north might be able to make more. How full are these chests? They're ridiculously full. Oh, mate, the south might lose this. The south might lose this. Have you seen these chests? There's 1,400 blue here. 1,000. 1,000. 100, 100. So they have like 3,000 blue chips here. And the LDS will be packed. Once this silo gets built and goes down, they can build a rocket every 2 minutes. At the moment, the south have built 2. And then it stopped. The third one is going up now. If the north can get that on, they will build rockets for the rest of the game every 2 minutes. Just imagine that. 1,000 space signs every 2 minutes. The north can still win this. This is frighteningly close, even though the south had a massive advantage early on. It's all about that if. If the north can get there, if the north can research properly, if they can get everything they need, because they haven't even researched the silo yet. And at the moment, all they're doing is just sending another 1,000 goes over, 104% for the north, 30,000 strength. And you can see that there's some chip damage coming in now. Like, the bugs just keep coming, by the way. You know, they kill off 2 or 3 lasers every wave. You've got to build them again. You've got to place them again. You know, how many lasers do you have in stock, right? There's 5 missing here. You know, do you have an extra 7 lasers right now to put down? You know, these waves are not going to stop. And although at the moment, obviously, they're defending their base, like, there are areas which are weak. You know, there are areas that don't have defenses, really. And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Oh, terrible. And again, if you look coincidentally, like, obviously these guys are less evolved, 104 to 46, the wave goes down instantly. Let's look at power, actually. That's one thing I definitely wanted to check out. I want to see a wave come in and see how that affects power for the north, because you know, this is a lot of lasers to fire at the same time. You know, it will be a draw on their network. I want to see how much of a draw it is. But look at this guy, Behemoth Boss. And 104% is where it starts. It never goes backwards. It always goes forwards. So, you know, this is going to be 104% to 140, 180, 200, 250. It's going to keep coming. It's going to keep coming. And I just wonder, if this is just too late. They have everything they need here. And I mean that, everything. This is like 20 rockets even. If you can build it, if you can get there, and if you can research it, you will build rockets here for days. Meanwhile, the South are scratching together whatever they can in order to make the rockets, like literally super glue them together. There's not an abundance of any particular resource down here at this silo. However, they are building them, and they've built 3 so far. So all the North has all the potential in the world. And let's take a look on the power draw real quick. How much power is... Yeah, it's bouncing, dude. Not only is it bouncing, look how much they're losing here as well. That's 2 waves. Literally just 2 waves of behemoths that have just been pumped up to 104%. And you've lost, what, 7, 8, 9? And the wall has been... Look how deep they got into the wall. That's 1 wave. Managed to make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers in. With 1, 2 layers to go. And the next wave will be... Well, there it is. These are bosses. It takes a lot longer to kill these guys. There's the next wave. Coming in at exactly the same spot. All they're going to do is keep driving the hammer into this area until eventually the area folds or they find a new weakness. And this is just relentless. Here we go, another wave. Relentless. 2 sets of lasers firing now. They're in the red. They're in the red. Another wave that came in and attacked them, they wouldn't be able to handle it. They can manage 1 wave at best with some of their power. And then we look over here, for instance, to this area where there is literally nothing. No bot coverage, no flamers, no lasers, literally a wall that we just saw. Even when the bugs are getting attacked, they can still make it through. And another 1,000 goes across. And it's just that simple. We are now at an end game where, yeah, 113% bugs. I'll keep looking north. I just want to check south real quick. Did anybody fix it? Oh, look at it. Legends. They fixed it. And blue chips are now just adding in, you know, just adding in to what they were currently making. And that trickle of blue that was once, you know, 2 or 3 chips every now and again is a steady flow. It's not a lot. It's certainly not the thousands that the North have got chested up, you know, up in their base. But the difference is these guys are making rockets. You know, my question... Oh, somebody died. Damn, dude. Died defending the wall as well. Trying to repair the wall. Now again, in areas it's generously defended, right? This is generous, this is good. And if you had all of the lasers down as well, it would be, you know, very, very nice. This is a strong defense, but it's not consistent across the board. And when you start reaching areas like this, where, you know, let's be honest, like the bugs are going to go for the path of least resistance. If they get through this shoulder here, they're in, and they're on top of your stuff. You lose all of these lasers, there's no way you have enough to replace that, and the stuff you're losing at the front as well. And the power block, this has never really come online, has it? Over the course of the game, I don't think I've seen this fully up and running, fully functioning and firing. This has just been an idea, a concept of power, right? It's on, obviously, but it's not fully working. And as we see, like, yeah, they're in yellow power now. When the waves come in and a lot more relentless, they are going to get absolutely ambushed by that lack of power in that area. The Technicolor mix patch. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, mix patches are useful, but you need to have a very special way of sorting the ore. And nobody has come up with a particularly impressive way of sorting this stuff. Some people are kind of goodish at it. Here we go. Sushi smelting. But you put some stuff in and you only get like some stuff out, basically. It's not massively optimized, but yeah, these bases are useful. Don't do that. Hang on a minute. Sorry, I think somebody's just griefed a little bit. Okay, the first nuclear... Okay, they've got their nuclear fuel in now, which they can build. They need to have their nuclear build up. And once they can do that, they kind of stabilize a little bit. I just wonder where you put a nuke at the moment. Like, what part of the map are you comfortable sticking a nuclear build in? I guess here? It has to be, doesn't it? There's not a ton of room, but with a compressed build, maybe a 4x4. You know, like a 2x2 reactor build. It could work. I'll definitely check in on that because that's massive. Power is an issue for them right now. And if they can balance their power out and keep their defenses up, the North are in this. The North are in this. But they still haven't finished their silo research, and that is a concern to me. They are 45% complete. Hey Ale, nice to have you with us, mate. Or Ali Kura. The enemy team can affect how strong your bugs are by sending science of different levels. And as the game goes on, you have access to the higher level science. So at the moment, the South have done really good and researched all the way to rocket silo. And they are building rockets and getting white science back, which is the highest level science. If I take a look here, rocket science does 388 times mutagen value, and when you send a rocket, you get 1,000 back. So what you get when you do rocket silo research, it allows you to build what's called a satellite. So yes, you have the silo down, but if you send a rocket into space with nothing in it, you get nothing back. You must send a satellite, and that's where the rocket silo research, that's what it gives you. So you can build the building all day long, but the satellite is what you need. Oh, thank you for the follow, Slade. Welcome, mate. One thing I would say is this is a tournament. We're in the pool stages of a tournament. So soon there will be a quarterfinals, a semi-finals, and then a grand final to determine the best captain in our server. And we already know who the best captain is. It's me, obviously. I am Ghosty. I am the commentator of this game, and I'm the best player of this game. Also the most humble and most legendary. But, oh, look at that damage. They got through. Look at that. We missed it, but look how they chewed through this, and took all of these defenses out. And it's these areas I'm worried about. Like, this up here, I'm okay with it. Like, they have good layered lasers. But I'm worried about the edges. The edges of the base are concerning to me, certainly. As another rocket goes up and down, white science comes back in for the South, and another 1,000 white science is in their pockets. They don't have to send it, but if you do, you're just making the problem worse, and they are. 121% now. 121% involved bugs, 41,000 of them. And it's about as simple as that. Prepare to defend yourselves. Has a nuke been... Is it gone up? What are we doing here? Why are we... That's... What? Why is Nero over here? Oh, okay, right. They found a better place for the nuke. Makes sense. You certainly don't want to put it down in a random location. If a nuke goes down, that's kind of like, yeah, you're kind of fucked a bit, if I'm being honest. You can see here, the South are behind a little bit in getting their nuclear stuff up, but they do have ambitions to do so. They've just used that as like their second priority. Priority number 1 was rocket. You know, priority number 2 was get the nuke build up. So, yeah, I'm interested to see. The end of this game will be fascinating because once that rocket silo research for the North is built, and once they can start to build rockets, the North will be massively in the lead. Massively in the lead. Like, this is no joke. This is no joke. A rocket every 2 minutes means in 10 minutes they can build 5. Right? 5 rockets in 10 minutes means that in the next 10 minutes the North can send as many rockets as the South has sent, but the South have taken longer. They've taken like 20-25 minutes to build that many. So 5 rockets in 10 minutes, 10 rockets in 5 in 10, 10 in 20, meaning 10,000 white science can go to the South. And if 10,000 white science goes to the South just, they melt. They absolutely melt. Let's take a look at the stat sheet. Okay, so white signs was at 142, yellow at 102, purple 101 for the south. All pretty consistent, you know, pretty good. And 5 rockets sent obviously means 5,000 back and 5 sent across. Blue chips, the north have obviously everything buffered. They've kind of built roughly the same. I want to say, yeah, they built roughly the same amount. Reds, green, the north have outproduced on. The north have got 2 reactors down. The south have got 1, sorry, buffered and not down yet, sorry. Dude, the south have a lot of robots as well. I did not notice this. They went robots second. Interesting. And both teams have made far too many red belts. You don't do that. For anybody that is wondering, just don't. Don't make red belts, they're terrible. So yeah, we're in a holding pattern at the moment. We need to see if A, the north can survive, because this is now not, you know, even funny. Like, they will start smashing everything they see around them. And B, I mean, look at this. This is a big problem. This is a really big problem for the north. Not only is this area consistently hit, they're losing defenses here non-stop. We came back here a while ago. All of this had been taken out. You know, how much do you have in surplus to replace the lasers you're losing? That's my big worry, is how much do you have spare? You know, you lose another 10, would you have another 10? If you lose 100 every 5 minutes, do you have spare 500 lasers to put down? Are you making that many? You know, they've gotten through here. The wall is being constantly degraded, constantly smashed. And as you can see here now, every time a bug spits near a tower, it kills the power pole by the tower, meaning it depowers the lasers. So the power pole is the biggest source of failure here. It's savage. It's a terrible spot to be in. And we see some bosses now building themselves up around the area. I'm surprised we haven't seen any side swipes just yet, but they'll come. They'll come for sure. They're so big they can't go through them. Literally, these models are so big, the only way they can get through. And the trees seem to be just absorbing it. Is it me, or are the trees not going down? Right? Are they invincible? This is something we need to look at, because there's no way a tree lasts this much. This is acid that can burn through concrete. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense that wood can... Ah, okay, only biters kill trees. So the spitters are stuck here until the biter wave comes, basically. That makes sense. So what's slowing down the south? Rocket fuel is coming in. It's decently buffered. It's blue chips. Have they solved the blue chip problem? Is red being made? Yes. Now it's green that it might be an issue. There's not really. I mean, it's just going as fast as it can. I mean, you can go for assembler 3s if you want to, but it doesn't really matter. You're getting out some stuff, but... I don't know, man. I'm a man of science. Like, I would head over to areas where you clearly know that you have plates built up and just grab a stack of a few hundred and just hand feed these green chip makers, like. It's a bug in 0.32 version. Fixed it. Oh yeah, got you. It's certainly an issue. Because the thing is, if they're stuck there now forever, then that's an issue for sure. Because you want these bugs, these are boss bugs, and they should be coming in and fighting, basically. If they're stuck there forever, then that's an issue. Although, these bosses are no joke as well. Look at these lasers firing full onto them, and they're losing walls left, right, and centre. Not a good spot to be in. Not a good spot to be in. Look at this. It's devastation. Devastation. And they're going to get bigger. They're going to get stronger. They're going to get more powerful. You know, I wonder about their power systems now. Surely the nuke is firing up or warming up. But that's one wave. It's one wave, and look at what they've taken away. Over time, you're going to run out of this stuff. Surely. Surely. Uranium ammo is not a meme. It is actually a thing in the game. The problem is that the gun turrets that the game gives you, they're just not strong enough. Uranium ammo is the strongest thing you can have in the game to attack with. I mean that, like, without mods and stuff. Obviously, I know you can have different, you know, kind of versions of weapons and stuff. But in the base game, these gun turrets with uranium ammo do the most damage, way beyond upgraded lasers, miles beyond. The problem is the tower itself doesn't last very long because it's weak. Inherently, the tower itself, the holder of the ammo, cannot maintain. So yeah, the north have got some issues. The nuke is coming up and it's powering up as well. So, you know, we're not... Here we go. 630. We're getting there. We're getting close to that nice number of 900 where everything's up and running and firing. And again, with more reactors, you get neighbor bonuses and stuff, but these are the ones you have to worry about. These biters. They're just coming in. Literally, they're just coming in. And I have to stress this as well. One wave does this to a wall this thick. So, you know, look at this. How many? What do you think these two waves are going to do? You know, when they all come crashing in. Over time, you're not just going to be hit with one at a time. Over time, you're going to start to see these waves get machine gunned at your wall. It won't be a case of just, oh, we'll just defend these 20. Nope. There'll be another 20 behind, like this. Here we go. Another 20 behind them with another 20 coming to the side. And you're overstretched and under-resourced. And your morale starts to go because you've been doing this for 20 minutes and you're probably still going to lose the game. And it's hard to stay in this one. I want to I want to see... Is the silo being researched at all? Is it finishing? The silo's at 97%. The South completed their research at 1 hour and 41 minutes in. The current in-game timer is 2 hours and 9 minutes. Welcome, Tearing Noise. Thanks for joining us. These are called mixed patches up here. I'll try and find a big one for you to take a look at. These are mixed patches, and they are useful, but you need to have a very ingenious way of splitting the ores off from each other. So most players avoid them or just build over them. I'm of the opinion that if you can get value out of them, you should, but it's not easy, and nobody has yet come up with a method of sorting through those ores correctly just yet. So yeah, so far the South are in the lead. They're in control. The North they've got some problems, but they're managing to weather the storm quite well. What we need to see from the South is basically we need them to increase their blue chip production. You know, at the moment the chips are not coming in fast enough, and they either need some help from the outpost to go and grab some, or they need to find a way to just buff this up and make it work for them, because if they can do that, these rockets will come in every 2 minutes. And yeah, we're flying, absolutely flying. I think they're going to be saving science now for a big send from the South to the North. Sending one rocket at a time? Oh, no. Tell a lie. Caster's curse. They send again, and we're now dealing with 139% bugs on the North. Before things get too spicy, I'm going to go and put some food in my oven so I can have something to eat before the end of the game. So I'm going to leave you with the front line real quick. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I am back. So yeah, have we seen anything new, guys? Any panic pings? At the moment, the North are getting hammered. I'm gonna mix the music up a little bit. Let's see if I can find something new to listen to. Because this is all a little bit much, isn't it? Like, let's change it up a bit. Let's chill the fuck out, right? It's Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, Saturday night, Sunday morning for some of you. Let's just take a breather, yeah? When the game's not over yet. You know, we'll stick on the really intense music down the line. For now, I just want to chill. But the waves are coming in big now, though. Look at this. 2 at a time to one of the weakest spots in the North's defense. It's not women's... No, come on. Is it Women's Day today? No, come on. You're fucking with me, aren't you? Don't do me like that. I'll hear about it. It's not Women's Day, is it? Don't make me Google this. I'm going to have to Google this. Is it Women's Day today? Shit. Anyway, back to the game. Future Ghosty can deal with that problem. The bugs are strong and they've made their way into the base. The defenses are doing a good enough job. The nuclear power plant is up and running for the North. However, 1 or 2 waves have made it through, and devastation is becoming a little bit unmanageable for the North. The wall is consistently broken through, and beyond that, they're losing double digits in lasers every time. My argument is, oh no, do they have enough to replace the stuff they've lost? And I think the answer to that is no. And the worrying thing about all of this is that this part of the map is not particularly well defended. You start moving down and you're looking at a wall that is too thick. I'm just saying, like, well, come on, Slade. You don't become the best player at this game. And again, I'm one of the most winningest captains. I've got an unbeaten streak at this game as the captain. No, as we probably didn't explain this earlier on, but you have 2 teams. And each team is run by a captain. In Discord, both teams, captains, will be talking to their teams in Discord. So there's a full effort here, you know, 20 plus people where there's one vision of how you win, and that everybody's working towards that person's vision of winning. And when I do it, when I'm captain, I win. And have won. Consistently, constantly. For any of you guys that are new that are really into your stats, by the way, and you want to take a look at what's happening in this game right now, have a look at this website. It's not bait, I promise you. You can get a breakdown of all of the individual players, their MMR, their ranking, their rating, who they play well with and who they don't. It's a really good indicator as to what kind of game we have on our hands right now. Do we have an aggressive game where everybody is out there to send science, or do we have a defensive game where everybody wants to turtle up and get to the end of the game? And everything in between. So if you ever get bored, have a look at that website. It's got a good breakdown of even you as a player, you know, with your individual stats. Will be on there. Every game you've played, how fast you built your science, how many times you died, you know, what you did in that game. It's all there. It's really interesting. And that's why we know who is the best. It's not up for debate. There is a clear number 1. His name's Ghosty. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm very humble, as you can tell. And I started streaming this because 1 or 2 of our community couldn't make it to the game. So about a year and a half ago, I want to say about a year and a half, maybe a bit more, maybe 2 years ago, I started streaming, and it was because like 2 or 3 people couldn't make it to the game at all. And it was a real shame because their time zone didn't line up with us doing these big games. And from there, it's just gone huge, dude. Like we've gone from teams of like 12 on 12, 15 on 15, to like 20 on 20, 25 on 25. And to have 50 people playing team-based Factorio on a Friday and Saturday like night, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. More rockets have been built and more rockets have returned. Are they holding now? Are they still sending science? Okay, so they're going through... Okay, so laser upgrades are coming in from both sides of the coin. The north... The south are just sending. At this point in the game, I would probably hold on to like a multiple 3,000, 5,000 white signs, right? Have they got their silo up? Oh no. And they've already sent 3 rockets. This is it. This is how you lose the game, dude. The south is so much in trouble. This north outpost can build rockets every 2 minutes. And for the rest of the game, they can build a rocket every 2 minutes. Every 2. With impunity. There's no messing about here, boys. The blue chips are here to be used. You know, they're backed up and they're coming in hot. Let's stay here for a brief moment because we're about to see another rocket, another one get built and go up and down again. So they've built 3 so far. So at the moment you can assume, obviously, there's 3,000 white signs in the north that could go over to the south. So, you know, it's not all pain and misery for one side. The south may feel this, but again, as I say that, a sideswipe is beginning to formulate on this eastern flank. Because to the east there is nothing. And actually, no, there isn't nothing. There is everything. Oil production is here. Your copper ore is coming through. There's a big power block down here. If anything makes it through this wall, you're done. You're gone. That's it. That's game. Even your nuclear build is down here as well. If anything comes here into this side of the map, say GG. It's over. Am I missing something here? Is there any reason why... It's rocket fuel. They're missing rocket fuel. Am I an idiot? I thought they had tons of that stuff. They've backed up their own... Oh, mistake. They've backed up their own production. And they're bringing everything in on one belt. You could just grab this and hand feed the silo though, dude. Like, you don't need to bring it in on a belt. So you need rocket fuel, LDS and blue chips to make a rocket. And at the moment they have everything they need to build a rocket, and it was jammed up less than 20 meters away. The regretty spaghetti is real. Meanwhile, your base is taking an absolute pounding still. Like, this front line is no joke. These are all bodies of multiple waves coming through, and they're not slowing down. There's 75,000 aggressive enemies on the northern team, or northern side, sorry, and they're coming in. And it's areas like this. Now, I don't think we're a million miles away from the end of the game, but it might just be we might see a flip in pressure here. We might see a flip in pressure in terms of, like, these southern guys have had it their way for a while now. Firstly, the north were in control, then the south started building rockets, and now they're in control. Now the south is slowing down in building rockets. You know, they're certainly not coming in as fast as maybe you want. You'd never have enough stuff anyway. You're not going to have everything you possibly need. But certainly, you know, you'd want to have a good flow or a good backlog of blue chips coming in. So, yeah, I am, to say the very least, nervous for the south. No, it could just be slow production. You know, my argument would be, like, here we go, yeah. Get the outpost to send you theirs. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're grabbing everything from the outpost and just filtering it out. We're not sending signs from here anymore. We've done our bit. We've built our science outpost. Everything is building blue now, and every blue chip is coming into our train. That's a good play. I like this. We don't use trains too often in the game because it's not particularly... Oh, they made it in. Damn, dude, they made it in. And look at this. Look how much they're killing, dude. They're 30 at least lasers there. It's not cheap. There's no way they have a backlog of lasers. In fact, can I check that? Another death. Do we know how many they've produced? they've lost 721 lasers out of the 4,000 they've produced. And there's only a buffer of 800. There's only a buffer of 800. So they've lost 700, right? And as the game's gone on, it's gotten more aggressive, meaning they're losing more every push, right? This is a lot more than they were losing before. So eventually, it's going to come to a point where, like, look at this. It's going to get rough, man. It's going to get really, really rough. Are they saving any white science on the south? Or are they literally just... Because you can do multipliers if you hold it for a bit. They've sent all 10. Literally, they just sent all 10 rockets out. One by one. Now, sending 10,000 is better than sending 1,000 every now and again. But you could argue it's been relatively successful. There is a multiplier, yes. There is a multiplier. So you want to send large groups of signs. Like the north. If the north send to the south, it will be lots. It will be lots. And we might end up with a similar figure of 160, 170, even 200. But yeah, I would rather, I'd advocate at this point in the game to send about 5 to 10,000 at a time. If you're really confident, send 10. And they have everything they need to build 10 here. So it's not long. Like, we're not waiting a long time here. You know, they need to build 5 more rockets. It's one rocket every 2 minutes. It's 10 minutes until the next one. So at the 2 hour and 30 mark in game time, because we've slowed the game down a lot now, at the 2 hour and 30 minute mark, they will have 10,000 white signs, and the south are absolutely boned. Like, there's nothing you can do against that. It is fight and survive for your life. And there are tactics that you can employ to do that. And there are items that you can employ to help you with that. But ultimately, any wall will collapse to that pressure. Any level of defense will collapse to that pressure. You're on the clock. It's just a matter of when. And as I say that, though, the bugs, a wave full of bosses have come back through this wall. They've come back into this area, and they are back on top of your lasers, and they have killed off a lot. Power is surely fine. It is. But look at the health bar on this guy. It's barely going down. And as I say that, you know, there's more than one boss here, so they need to do a ton of damage to a ton of health. And they're just making their way in, getting off a couple of shots, breaking through the next wall, why not? And I'm sure not far from here is another wave ready to do the same thing again. Dude, trees are a real issue here, hey? Because these guys need to have run up the wall and died by now. Like, they shouldn't... Oh, damn. Oh, damn. They're in. They're in. They've breached. And just look at it. The blue mist on the ground is from poison capsules, and that's a good way to deal with the behemoths. But at the moment, I wouldn't be worried about the behemoths being here. I'd be worrying about what the behemoths are tearing up and the bots they're destroying as well, right? Anything that comes into contact with this, they're killing it, and you're losing that as a resource. So we'll see once this mist clears, like here, for instance. You've got dead towers on the ground. You've got bot corpses. These are all robots you have to rebuild. Very expensive. Another wave comes in, and they just continue the pressure. They continue pounding away. Exactly. I'm doing my part. This is basically Helldivers 2, but better, I think. No hate on Helldivers 2, by the way. Great game. But yeah, look, they're just down. Very, very expensive robots are getting dragged into and killed by these packs. And what the shame of it is that what they're doing now is dragging them back. Look at that. 5 robots just get taken out in the sky there. It's just carnage. And again, like, look at the size of devastation they've caused here, the impact they've had here in the map. That's a few waves doing a few really good runs at the base. But there are some areas like over here, for instance, the same kind of pressure, right? So you're eventually going to run out of those lasers. You will. And you're going to run out of areas which are safe, like here, for instance. Those same waves that hit those walls, if they hit here, it's game, man. They get through. Even at the thickest and most defended area. No. One threat doesn't necessarily mean one bug. But the behemoths are weighted at different sizes. So a behemoth, for instance, could mean 100 threat. Or 1,000 even threat. But when you start reaching numbers of like 200k plus, you're dealing with non-stop waves constantly. Like every 5-10 seconds, another wave comes in. It gets brutal. Very brutal. And yeah, we're down at 0.65 game speed. I think that's a bit much. Again, though, another rocket appears from the northern silo. They have 8 already built. This is number 8, by the way. That means 8,000 white science are in the pockets of north. They have the ability, the capacity to continue to build. They may get to 10 and then send. They might get to 15 and then send. They may even wait until 20 rockets. Like I said, it's 2 minutes a rocket at this point in time. 2 minutes a rocket. So we're nearly there. We're nearly there. And if they can send before the South can win, and again, the South are, if another wave hits this area, there's not much that they can do about it, right? Why wait? So sending lots at once does more, but it takes longer to get there. So in theory, you'd want to save every rocket possible and then send the most. But what the South have done is they've slowly turned the volume up of their attacks one at a time. So instead of going from 0 to 10, volume-wise or strength-wise, they've gone 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and over time that pressure has collapsed the enemy base because all they're doing is just getting bigger and stronger and harder to kill. So there are merits to both ways of doing things. The only place the science needs to be for you to send it is in your inventory. So it has to be inside of your pockets in your inventory. And if it is, then you can send it from, there's a small, we don't see it here, but there's a small taskbar up here on the left-hand side, top left. And then from there you can, you can throw the science from that menu. It's very intuitive. Basically click on the color that you have and that sends that science. So yeah, the defensive effort's good here. And so far, they are maintaining their defenses. Again, no, they're not. I spoke too soon. Look at this. I didn't even spot this. They managed to make it in. Look how low this is. This is really low to the ground, right? Really low to the river. This is the bottom of their map. And they managed to come in and just devastate. And yes, they died, but that's one wave. If another one comes here, they're going to keep pushing in, pushing into the base. Before they know it, they're on top of this. That's a problem, dude. That's a problem. And again, they're making it in and they're killing off like 10, 15 lasers at a time. So let's take a look back at the stats about laser towers for the north, right? They've lost 300 since I last checked this stat sheet. They have lost an extra 400 lasers. No, more. 500 lasers extra they have lost in the last couple of minutes. And their buffer has gone down by 200. So they're not making as many as they're losing. That's mental. That is mental. So they are losing on average about 150 lasers a minute from the attacks, from this. From the bugs getting in and just devastating them. And again, it's the power poles. The splash damage hits these really weak power poles and turns everything off. And they're so strong now that, they're making it here. And they're making waves. So again, another 5 or 10 go down. That number increases from 1,180 to 1,200. And your buffer gets depleted. And you can't make as many. Sooner or later, something has to give, right? Rock and a hard place. Something has to give. And another little wave, another little attack. 10 lasers go down, if that. It's 10 you can't afford to lose. And I'm still worried, obviously, about areas like this, which they can come into. They can get there. So, rocket number 10 for the north is in the silo. Sat there, cocked and ready to go. When it launches and comes back down to Earth, it will return 1,000 science to add to 9,000 they already have, giving the north a total of 10,000 science. Oh, dude, we played Space Age. We have Space Age biter battles. In fact, that game might be happening after this game. I might be wrong, but I believe that after this game is over, we're playing a game of Space Age biter battles. So stay tuned for that, mate. That's going to be big. I think they're stockpiling for one big hit. I think. But again, look how much they have in the stockpile. They're still backed up. They still have lots to go. So, did they build everything they have? Or did they build 10? and then send 10. Do you know what I mean? And then build another 10 and send another 10. Like, it's hard to know what the best play is. Good question. And thanks for the question. Bite Battles is on the most recent version minus the DLC. You don't need the DLC to play this. Stable, that's the one, on the stable version. So all I do is I go to my main menu, and no one's going to be upset for me for doing this because, you know, the game is quite slow. I go to my main menu, I go to multiplayer, public games, and we're at the top most of the time. There's 54 people in our server at the moment, and there's a load of people watching as well. So if you type in free Bite Battles in your search bar up here, you'll find us. If you hit the little star button, it'll, you know, star us and keep us as a favorite for you, and just hit join game. And it's as simple as that. No need for any mods, no need for any extra stuff. It's just as simple as that. And anybody can play this. Yes, you're correct. To play Space Age Bite Battles, you are required to have the Space Age DLC. But we don't run both, if that makes sense. Like, we only run the Space Age one as a tester to see if we can make it work. So we're still carving out how that works and what it looks like. And yeah, we're still toying with that idea. And I say we, it's not me. It's a guy called Morgan C. And Morgan C is the one that's putting it all together. Nah, dude, Slade, I'll tell you what, mate. I am going to be playing a lot of Bite Battles in the next couple of days. If you see me, hop into my team, we'll hop into Discord, and I'll show you some things you can do as a beginner player. You can have a huge impact on your team by doing something really simple, like building power. You know, if you got into a game and said, hey guys, I'm brand new, I'm not really sure how I win, like what I do to help my team win, but I can build these power blocks and get you like loads of coal here, dude, you're a winner for me. You know, that's a win for me. If a new player did that, 100%. Another really good play a new player can make is this, right? There's a tiny stone patch here that no one's really going to use. It's not that big. But what somebody's done is they've mined it, they put a small smelting block here, and they've made walls. And this tiny little building here has made 4,000 walls. It's been here all game. Literally for the first 5 minutes of the game, 10 minutes of the game, that wall production has been there. You're not taking away from the larger patches that will go into the main base, but you're using something nobody would use, and you can say to your team, hey guys, here's our defense, right? And 4,000 walls is more than enough to start. More than enough. You know, all of this needs to happen. Almost every game you need a huge, huge wall. So be that guy, be that person. Like, you know, tiny stone patch, okay? You know, you're not going to be fully optimized here, but that's fine. You don't need to have this completely flooded. But over the course of a game, if you just let it sit and build up, you will have thousands of walls made. Yeah, 100%, man. And your team will thank you for it. Because when you need walls, somebody will have to go and make them. Whereas if you do it at the beginning of the game, literally from the moment the game starts, just go, right. So let's say the game starts over here, right? Let's say the main base is in this area. I'd look at, here we go, a little stone patch over here. I'm going to leave main base by like 100 meters. I'm going to come down to this little stone patch. I'm going to come over to this little coal patch. I'm going to put the two together, and I'm going to make literally the tiniest stone smelting line you could know. Like 10 stone furnaces either side, and then one building making walls afterwards. Very similar to this. Literally 10 down one side, 10 down the other, and one building at the bottom. Leave it, go and do something else. You've won. Now, there's more nuance to the game than that. There's a lot more to Bite Battles than that. But as a brand new player, as a fresh player, that is a play that you can make that would be respected by any senior player, anybody that's been around for a while, any veteran will be more than happy to have you make that play, because it's important that that play is made. And the sooner it can be done, the better. For everybody's sake. Dude, we're going so slow right now. 0.65 is not good. This game can easily be sped up to like 7580. But yeah, this is where the bugs are at the moment. They do have a chance to revive now, I believe. Or did we take revival out? We might have taken Revival out of the game because it was a bit of a janky affair. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It was annoying as hell to kill the same bug 100 times. It had like a 50-50 chance of reviving, and it would always revive, and you're like, nah, come on, man. This isn't right. Meanwhile, on the south, if you look at the waves they're dealing with, I mean, look at that. It's kind of satisfying to watch, isn't it? But it's easier, you know? They're just handling it. Again, another wave comes in. They're not behemoths. And they're not a problem. So yeah, good defense on the north to stabilize. You know, good defense. Yeah, I know, dude. The landfill will get them eventually, but you could say the same with over here. You know, like eventually this will fill itself in. So, you know, I'd rather do that before it happens. You know, get there before you need it. Now, if I click on my menu of things. Research is all happening. It's all laser stuff for now. They have. I just wanted to check in on this. So the south are now saving. They've saved 2. Whereas the north have built 10 and saved 10. So there's a number here for that the north want to get to. That the south... And what's slowing us down here? Is it satellite? It is satellite. But why? What are we missing? Is it rocket fuel? Oh, it's solar panels. Ah, interesting. Okay, so they're not as buffered as I thought they were. They're not about... Hey, Holloway, how's it going? 2 things real quick. Somebody spoiled to me the island... Oh, firstly, if you don't know the results of the Six Nations, I'm not going to say it. I don't know the Scotland-Wales game. I've stayed away from that. But a friend of mine called me up and told me the result of the France game at the beginning of the stream, which kind of annoyed me because after this I want to watch both of those games. Yeah, without giving anything away. Actually, no, here's a good question I can ask to a rugby person that isn't going to spoil it. Did Wales put in, like, did they show up? I don't care if they won or lost, but did they at least give a good account of themselves? Because that's all I really want from Wales right now. I don't expect them to be winning every game, and in fact I don't expect them to be doing much, but as long as they give a good account of themselves, right, as long as they stand up for themselves and give it back if it's given to them, I think that's a Wales I will continue to support, even though I've got loads of Welsh friends, and I cannot tell you how hard it is for me not to be giving them stick right now. I get, anytime England does anything wrong, I get it in the neck constantly from them. Wales go on a 14 game losing streak and I just feel bad for them. I can't do it. Eventually, yes, I'll take that all day long. I'll take it. Eventually is, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to go Ireland-France game first, although I already know that one team wins. I don't want to give it away. And then the Scotland-Wales game, in my mind, Scotland win that by about 20 points, maybe 30. Didn't have the heart to watch the Wales match. So, I haven't seen it. And I did this last time, last Six Nations actually. I don't want to bait you into telling me what happened, but did the French team that we know, like, you know when Damien Penaud can score from anywhere and Antoine Dupont just beats everyone everywhere, like, it's just magic. Did the magic French team turn up, or did Ireland get it kind of a bit wrong? And, you know, I can imagine there's like a card there somewhere. There must have been like a yellow for something where, you know, one team gets yellowed and then all of a sudden the team that's on fire just fires a few shots and then you're down a few points. Like, but France haven't been firing that well. I mean, they really dropped the ball against England. They literally dropped the ball against England. So that to me screams of inconsistency. But is it a one-off? Because it might have just been they had a bad day, but it doesn't make a bad team. So I'm scratching my head here wondering if France have... Oh, he went off. No, dude, we're not talking serious injury here, right? We're not talking like knocked out or broken bones. Because I never want any player to get injured like that. It's horrible because it stops them from playing. And you only have a finite... Oh, no. Bollocks. He's such a good player. I don't even like the French team that much. I think they're full of bellends. Like, Ramos is like the king of the bellends. He's such a little shitbag. It's good. You need a bit of like needle, but he is like really good at it. But I hate to see it, mate. You hate to see it. He's such a good player. I hope he's okay in the long run. I hope we can see him back for, you know, the end of year games or maybe next year's Six Nations, because he's an absolute. He went to sevens and got an Olympic medal. What a legend! What an absolute legend of the game. French turned up in the same way they didn't Fring. Okay. So okay, a different version of France, because we all know the trope of, oh yeah, we never know what kind of French team's going to turn up, and that was the case for like 10 years, almost 15 years. France turned up with random people in random places doing random things, and they lost all the time. And eventually we'll get a win, and everyone like, oh, France are back, they're amazing, flowing rugby, jouet. But, you know, they have been consistent, apart from when the World Cup happened, man. I felt bad for them for that. And for Ireland, mate. Ireland should have made the semi-finals all day long. I appreciate any of you that are listening, that are here for Biter Battles, that hear me talking about rugby, and they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I'm here for Biter Battles, mate. Stop talking about rugby. It's just, there's a tournament on at the moment, and it's quite a big tournament. It happens once a year. And today is a big day in that tournament where like a really important game has been played. A clean out of the ruck, and he got injured by, self-inflicted, mate. Or sorry, blue on blue, green on green. Big tournament, of course, mate. We're here for Biter Battles, but we meander at times. And I like the fact that we can. A clean out of the ruck and he got injured. Jesus. Was it a big boy fly? I bet you. All right, here's my scenario. It's a big boy flying in to make a clean out, and they just get it wrong. Body position's wrong. They knock it, like his hip or his leg or his knee or something, and some 150 kilo Fijian who plays for France, which fair enough, they're French. They have to have a passport to play for France. But like Emmanuel Miafu, who's like 160 kilos. He's literally the size of a small car. He eats houses for breakfast. You know, the size of a small mountain. You know, tries to clean out a ruck, and doing what he's meant to do, cleaning out a ruck, and instead he injures the talisman of French rugby. Can you imagine the level of shit he's going to get? I'm not saying it was him, but if it was him, can you imagine the level of shit you get in the changing room? Fucking hell, mate. You could have injured anybody on the team and we wouldn't care, but if you take Dupont out, what are you doing? Oh, terrible. Never mind. I hope you get well soon, Anton. I know you're a big follower and a big fan of Biter Battles, so maybe during your recovery, somebody can send you the clip of this and I'll bring you in for a co-cast, mate. I'll learn French just for you, bud. So, yeah, and we're in the middle of a tournament. We are in the pool stages. Okay, Doris. Doris is a great player, mate. Great player. Unfortunate, though. Yeah, unfortunate. Rugby incident, mate. They happen. It's nobody's fault, really. Let's take a look at Rockets real quick. Let's curve this back. 14 for the South. Oh, damn, I've got food in the oven. Shit. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I need to go and check on my food. I completely forgot about that, talking about rugby. Yeah, I'm not burning my house down, I promise you. Alright, crisis averted. Holy shit. I have a very, very crispy piece of chicken in the oven right now. Oh, God. Well, I'm not going to waste my food, but that needs a lot of sauce to make it relatively credibly edible. And that is a sentence, I believe. And if it's not, it's my language. I can butcher it. You're right in asking the question, demonic laxatives. And again, great username. Will they ascend? And now I believe we can start leveling the stalling tag at the north. They've built 14 rockets, and they can obviously build more. The south have built 14 rockets. Okay. And blue chips are the limiting factor, although you said blue chips were coming in on the train. Okay, and they are, you know, this is a really solid amount of chips coming in. I would argue you don't, the LDS is kind of like secondarily important to you. But just get the blue as fast as you can. Like, just grab the blue chips and send it. Bezok was kicked by Neuro. Oh, damn. You have to have really done something stupid to get kicked by Neuro. He kicked him. He's come back. Hang on a second. Bezok was kicked. Bezok was kicked. And then Bezok was kicked a third time. What the hell? Why are we kicking the same guy? Is he just here? Or is he in the game? If he's in the game and he's causing problems, this guy? South Art, mate, panic mode is the right way to describe it. We're at that point. Like, it may be... Like, okay, let's look at the defenses. This won't be enough for 10 rockets or 12 rockets. 14 actually now, closing in on 15. This, with good defense... You can make this work, but Jesus, you need... No. That's who put repair packs in the bots. Whose big idea was this? Why are there... Firstly, let's name and shame. Name and shame. Okay, because this should not be a thing. We've spoken about this at length. I gave a seminar earlier in the year about this. Who's making repair packs? And if any of you guys find it in game, please feel free to ping me it. Some absolute cretin has made repair packs, and the bots are now flying around with them. Some creature, some lizard, absolute lizard person has put repair packs in bots. And once obviously they pick up a repair pack, they can't bloody drop it, can they? They don't drop it. They just hold on to it until they die. For shame. For shame. I'll find you. And I will have my vengeance. But yeah, thicken up the defenses. Thicken up the defenses. Yeah, I know, but the problem with bite battles is there's always stuff to heal. Even if the bugs don't make it close, he's going to hold that pack forever because there's too much stuff to heal. So basically, you lose a bot to this play. In fact, it's a non-play. It's a sabotaging play. I can't find it. I should be able to. I used to be really good at sniffing these out, but it might just be hidden somewhere. Yeah, we will find them. Okay, number 15 comes in. And there we go. Wu says they hold 5k white. Could have handcrafted, yes. It would really frustrate me if it was in the bot network and there's like a red chest, you know, making. Okay. So they're expanding their defenses, which they need to do. We talked earlier on about there needing to be a buffer. This guy's making a beeline for Nura, who just kicked him 3 times. So I hope there's no team killing here, guys, because it's been a really good game. It shouldn't end like that, right? It shouldn't end in a trolley way. So they lost in total 1,200 lasers. They have 300 in store. They're not ready for a big attack. The North are really, really not ready. Like, they were losing 150 a minute when they were getting attacked before at 165%. If a 5k send comes now from south to north, the North take the impact first. Even if the North then send their signs, There's always an initiative to sending first. 394 lasers is not enough. Buffered. Coincidentally as well, buffered for the south, 760, not enough. It's not enough. And if they're waiting for 20 rockets, fair enough, but what are the south waiting for? Like, $5K gets north to 210%. I'm not convinced. Like, they can't replace it. 210% is done, isn't it? And have the buffers run dry? No, they haven't. The buffers haven't run dry at all. There's still 900 blue chips left. So they're going to end up with 400k threat and 210% if they send the 5k from the south to the north. If the north send theirs, yeah, we're looking at around about the 200 plus mark. But they can just keep building with impunity, like. But then again, like 200% bugs smashing into this area, that's game. Like you don't survive that. The south are in a really dangerous position here. If they don't get their send completely right at the right time, they miss their opportunity. If the north all of a sudden send, you know, they're 15 rockets worth, all you're going to be doing is defending, and this is not enough. It's not even close. They're on the clock, and time is genuinely like running out. Time is running out for the south. And I'm slightly worried for them. In fact, no, do you know what? Slightly is an understatement. I'm very, very worried for them right now. Yeah, they've lost a little patch out here, haven't they? And that's feeding part of their that's feeding part of their laser build. A vital part of their... Yeah, that needs to stay up. It's something they can replace with the roboports, but again, you know, you don't want to lose this. These bugs aren't that strong compared to the 165% that they're dealing with on the north. Yeah. The north might take this back. The north might take this back. It's still going, mate. It's going mostly because they've slowed the game down to like almost half speed, which I think is it's a bit lame. We're not dealing with high numbers of bugs. We shouldn't be sitting down at like 0.65%. If the threat is if they're spawning multiple hundreds of thousands of bugs, then you drop the speed of the game because the spawning of the bugs slows the game down. We are currently in thousands of bugs territory. They need to push that back up and speed the game up. This is actually taking too long. I was wondering why it's taking so long to see, like, 15 rockets doesn't take that long to build. No, I know, yeah, but the thing is, Trixie, like, that's the soldier. His game, the soldier's computer never keeps up with the game. It never keeps up with the game. So he gets booted after we reach blue signs most games. It's kind of the common trope. I don't want to throw people out of the game, but you can go to like 7.5, go to 0.8, right? Slowly ramp it up. 6.5 is egregious. It's almost like a bit of it's a bit of a piss take, if you ask me. Again, I'm just a spectator, but nothing has changed since I last played the game. And when we were in this position, unless you end up with like 500% bugs and there's like 5 million threat, then you go to this level of 0.65. This is not, yeah. Okay, that I like. I like what you're saying there, Clyde. So going by the score, they're actually, you know, they're in with a shout. I don't mind losing games. Like, in fact, losing games is not the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world is playing the same way over and over again and getting your head kicked in and not learning from that, you know. And I felt like under Gatland, they were just kind of, they were doing the same thing. And they have good players, dude. Like, they're not They're not terrible. They're just new. They're fresh to the international scene. And so I was worried a little bit, that there was a disconnect between what was being coached and then the game they were seeing when they got onto the pitch. You know, because the game has changed. You know, the kicking in the game is huge now. Well, I didn't know the score, but thanks. Wait, who's we? Oh, the Irish. Yeah, mate, they were ahead at halftime, weren't they? I missed that one. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I got you. Yeah, they were ahead at halftime, weren't they? By like 2 points, 3 points. And I was like, they're back, boys. The boys are back in town. And then, yeah, Ireland kind of blasted them in the second half. But that's what Ireland do. Their bench players are better than some international starters. They are that deep and that strong in almost every position. It's wild, mate. They are literally just blessed with depth. So, yeah. Okay. My rice should be done. So, I'm going to spectate somebody. Who do we want to spectate, guys, whilst I'm away? Or should you want me to hover over... should I hover over some silos and we can watch some rockets being launched? Yeah, let's do some silo hovering for now. The team that nobody benefits from low game speed unless the game is lagging. At the moment, the game is not lagging. So we need to see the reason why the game begins to lag is that the server spawns in lots of entities, lots of bodies. At the moment, there are 8,000 bodies on north, 4 for south. This is nothing. If we're in the hundreds of thousands or millions, yes, drop the game speed. And unfortunately, if you're playing from India or you're playing from the west coast of America, it's going to be slow, mate. The server is based in France. You know, it's just over time not going to be in your favor, and that sucks. I wish everybody could have the amazing ping and play, you know, with amazing latency. But it's a French-based server. It's a French-based team that have built this, and they're not going to change it anytime soon. So, yeah, it's unfortunate anyway. Right, I'm going to get my rice and get my brick of chicken. And I'm going to try my hardest not to lose my teeth chewing it. So, back in a sec, guys. Another rocket. And yet we don't see ascend. Interesting. So what's the number here? What is the number that the North are looking at? What are they aiming for? They've built 18. So we're just gonna see 2 more being built and that's it? For the big send, obviously. For 20 rocket send. But then what about the South? Like, can they build much more than this? They've got 2 rockets buffered in their silo. And how much are they holding? So I should have probably checked this. They're holding a decent amount, right? They're holding 6 at the moment. And they researched with some. What? Absolute mad lads. Yeah, they need to just bring everything into one spot. Literally, at this point in time, the only thing that matters now is building lasers and walls, obviously, and defensive capsules when you can, and getting, look at that, 2 rockets in a row. They have the ability. So the thing that's slowing them down is this. It's their satellite, which is coming from what looks like a mile away to begin with here. Nah, come on, man. These are assembly 1s. Like, make the assembly 2s. Go and grab green chips. What's wrong with this? Go and grab some plates. This is not good enough. Nah, come on. Guys, why is it so slow? Why is it so anemic? What's happening here? Just really low on iron? Yeah, they ran out, fair enough, but like there's got to be some iron somewhere, right? Like that looks terrible. I'm sure you could add some mining to there. You could hand grab a load of plates out of here, for instance. The bottom of these lines are going to be a few hundred kicking around. There's no way that you're slow on satellite production because one of the most basic plates that you could have. That's so sad, dude. And it's like 1 or 2 plates at a time because they're siphoning from other lines. Is that's not because this got destroyed, right? Because this is back up and running. Oh, mate. Another mistake. It's another mistake. A simple and basic resource that requires not much is being misused. And now they're slow on rocket building as well. Oh, I mean, they're hand making it here, but yeah, there we go, greens. Fucking hell. I was worried there. I thought they stuck on assembly 1s. Thank Christ they've got some assembly 3s with some speed mods in, so they can build these satellites up. When will they send? When is a send happening? Hang on a minute, and why did I come up here without a knife and fork? I'm literally sat in front of a plate of food in my bare hands. I think I'm losing the plot. I think I'm losing the plot, guys. This game has gone on for so long. I'm going in reverse. I'm actually going in reverse right now. Another 1,000 white signs drops. And I guess we'll... Where do we want to stay whilst I go and grab a knife and fork? Up here? I mean, that's a rocket launching roughly the same time as last. Mental me. Right, I'll go and grab some cutlery and I'll be back very soon. And hopefully we see a send. If there's a send, somebody shout at me. Or write in chat in caps lock, come back. Because they have to send soon, man. Otherwise this game it'll never end. We're here forever, guys. We're here forever. Who remembers that soul song? I can't remember the name of the band that made it. You know that It's Raining Men, Hallelujah, who sang that song? Is that Slade? No, not Slade, sorry, who am I talking about? I just had an idea. I need to create a Bite of Battles song. Nah, it's not Bananarama, you're pulling my leg. Let me Google it real quick. I've typed in It's Raining Men, that's porn. That's also porn. That's definitely porn. It's by the Weather Girls. Yeah, okay, right. I'm going to make a Bite of Battles version that gets played in game the longer you hold on to science, called It's Raining Sends. And the longer it goes on for, the more distorted the music gets until you're pressured to send science that you have. You know? It starts off nice. It's raining sends. Hallelujah, it's raining sends. And then before you know it, it becomes this torturous, twisted metal. It's raining sends. Send your science, hurry up. Now, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I played this game enough. If you don't win by sending 20 rockets worth of white science, you haven't played the game enough. So the South are sitting on 9, the North are sitting on 10. Either of these sends, either of these, will cause a catastrophic event that will allow their side to win the game. Okay? And I'm not saying that because I'm bored of sitting here talking to you guys. I'll be here if the game goes on for another 3 hours. That's fine. I'm going to stay up and watch the rugby later anyway. But what I'm saying is that they're stalling. All right. For those of you that are new, that are fresh to Bite Battles, we do have this thing called the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And there are 6 of them. No, 5 of them, I think. I think we took one away. Stackers, Stealers, Stallers, Packers, and Gridders. And also Turbozos. I think I'm going to add Turbozos, but that's for space science, so it's very unique. Stackers are people that get into a game, a public game, a normal game, and they put all of the best players on one team and they stack the game up with all the high MMR, and they win the game off the back of stacking a game. Stallers is what's happening right now, and Carl is one of the biggest stallers in the game. In fact, if Carl continues to stall, I will do another terrible German impression of him. And if any of you who didn't hear last week's one, can somebody link it in chat? I'm impressed with it. I thought it was really good. I did basically a me having a conversation with Carl skit, a comedy, a bit of comedy whilst we waited for the picks and bans phase. Stalling. So you're stalling out the game. You have enough signs to win, but because you're winning, you just build too many and you hold the game up. You stall the game. Packing. We saw that already. Putting repair packs in bots. Don't do it. Just don't. It's really hard to explain, but you don't put something really cheap in something really expensive and then send it to the most dangerous part of the map. It's not worth it. Just don't. Stackers, stallers, packers, gridders. Playing with grid on. Don't do that. I'm not even trying. I'm not even going to turn it on right now. Those of you who know, well, you can play the game with a grid effect and it hurts my eyes and it's wrong and it needs to be banned or outlawed or put up against the Geneva Convention because it's terrible. And then belters. Now, many of you will be looking at this rocket silo and going, oh, red belts? Yeah, look how fast they are. Look, that thing over here came, oh, look how quick it is. It's going all the way over here. And oh, belters, that was the last one. Well, no, belters kind of sweeps itself into this category, I believe. If we see ammo belters take off, I'll come up with another saying. But belting is something that needs to be kind of adhered to throughout the game. In complex builds, like this for instance, you may see portions of the build with a red belt. 2 or 3, spaces long, potentially round a corner a red belt will occur. This is done because the build has been tested and it needs speed in that particular area. To create red belts for your team is a waste of iron, it's a waste of time. Yellow belts are more than serviceable enough, they do enough of a good job, and it's just a waste of time. I know when a new player comes into a server, they're like, look at all these yellow belts, I'll just upgrade everything. And then a few minutes later, the team are asking why all their iron's gone. Like, who took all the iron? Why aren't we building any inserters? Like, hang on a minute, I was building steam engines. Where's all the iron for that gone? So don't do that. You know, yellow belts are fine. You get them from the start of the game, and from there on out, you just use them all the way through the game. Only in very niche, exceptional circumstances will you need to use something like a red belt, and you'll see them dotted around. But don't build the whole base where it's not worth it, right? The most egregious of all of these crimes, in my mind, is stalling. And we're seeing it right now. Stalling is happening in front of our very eyes. Let's all point. Shame. Shame. No, I'm kidding. It's a competitive game, so obviously play how you like. But I feel like both teams have a winning hand here, and they're just not willing to play it. And it's not through nervousness either. Carl is well aware that his team is winning the game. He must be. You know, you can scout the enemy team by using fish to see what they have and what they don't have. And any player worth their salt knows what the enemy team is and isn't like at this current state of the game, right? You look over here, you think you're fine. So, you know, you look over there, you just look at the rockets they're building, you know, you see, you know, they must have made XYZ by this time. So, yeah, if the South just send, the North are done. If the North send, the South is done. And it's this weird Mexican standoff because nobody's really willing to pull the trigger. But whoever does will win. So, pull the trigger, right? You know, it's a risk, but you win by taking risks, right? You don't make the safe play and win all the time. That's just not how the world works. You need to take a risk. So whoever does take that risk, I believe, will win. But what am I? There we go. Jimmy sends almost 8,000 signs, pushing the North to 239%.6. And oh yeah, quick, let's slow the game down. Oh, it's already slow. Coincidentally, the South send theirs. The North send theirs. 22,000 signs goes across. And let's just look at that in numbers real quick. The game will take a second to spawn everything in. So, you know, we're not going to miss anything right now if I quickly check the mutagen log. So yeah, 22,000 signs roughly goes across. And that increases the threat by 236%. And adds over 1 million threat to the game. They're on 1.7 on the North. However, and this is very important, the South sent theirs first, meaning the North will be attacked first. This is the order of operations that must happen. The North will take the pressure first, and the South will be attacked second. So it's not as if now there will be consecutive North and South attacks. It will be up here first, and the waves will be horrendous. North sent first? I swear that's North sent second. Because it's not the big number, it's just the number. So whoever sent the white first out of all this, right? 1-4. You're right. You're right, they sniped them. They sniped them literally in the same minute. So we zoom our camera out to the south and we ask a very telling question. Will this wiggly wall hold? And if the wiggly wall does hold, how long until the wiggly wall needs to be reinforced? Because flat wall is fine, but wiggly wall is not. And Sticklord is trying his absolute most to guide the waves of creeps around. But here we go. Now, as you can see now, there aren't many kind of green bugs in this area. These smaller ones will despawn, and larger ones will come into play. And again, they are 286% strength. They will die. These laser towers are maximally upgraded, and they used white signs to continue to upgrade some of them as well. But it's going to be a challenge. Waves will start to build up and flood the area. Like boss waves like this, for instance, and we'll check on their power systems as well to make sure they have enough power for this. But I believe that this could be a difficult holdout for the South. The North, they're not. It's not like roses. They smell like roses up north, by the way. There is enough pressure on both sides, and we will keep tabs on both. But I believe that the South have got a hell of a job to do, because this is fine. This area will survive. They can replace the walls. That's fine. What worries me the most, and it depends on how active they are on their defense, because again, look, the Biter's making it through. It's about the areas that are less ready, that are less thick. that you can't commit bodies to, like the wiggly wall, like this tiny thin wall out here. What's going to happen over here? Because the moment an outpost goes down, its usefulness goes. So yeah, I'm interested to see the state of the play, the state of the nation, and also the buffers as well. We have to keep in mind the north and the south have different buffers. Why did I choose this music? This is terrible. Well, it's not terrible, but it doesn't fit the doesn't fit the mood, right? There's this panic going on. Like, we need something a bit active. Okay, Nura's pinging around. It will be a little bit of a picture book for now. Let's do this. Let's do that. No, not that one, but this one. There we go. That'll do. What are they pinging? There's no way the enemies are in here. Yeah, I would use that music if, you know, as we're building up, but like as we're getting attacked, it doesn't work. I'll stick some EDM on for now, and then we'll mess around with the music as we go. Yeah, the South's main thrust. Oh no, there we go. We talked about it. We did. We spoke about this a couple seconds ago. This area here is a danger for them. Look at the kind of devastation that's happened here. And the bosses are still sticking around. Like, they can still take the... Yeah, they can still take the base out. Total devastation up here in the north as well. They opened their wall up to allow some copper ore in, and they allowed the bugs to just sweep underneath. They have lost a lot of real estate there, and again, we need to go back to the buffers and look at who has the ability to replace these towers. I'm going to dive on and off to have a bit of this chicken, guys, but the north have a buffer of 500 lasers, the south 949. They've lost 1,500 at the moment. At this current state of the game, 2 hours and 57 minutes in, I'll check back in on this lost number. Lost is important. We need to make sure that they have enough in stock that they can replace what they lose. And last time they were getting attacked, and it was worse, this is worse now than back then, they were losing hundreds. So potentially the North's laser placement might be their downfall, or the South, just dealing with stronger bugs, just comes unstuck. But this is a big loss. This is a lot of loss. And yeah, we have a nuclear I'll keep tabs on this. We have a nuke up and running, very close to a very thin wall. Terrible. It seems to me as though the bugs have made it in through both sides of the wall, north and south. Dude, what is this? Oh, here we go. I've got control back now. But this must be a problem. Has anybody identified this? Is anybody coming here? It's that weakest, guys, every single week. I say it every week. I hold my hands up and I'll say it every single week and I'll preach this. The side of your base is the weakest part of your base. You must make it the strongest in terms of thickest and with defenses, or get ready to defend it, because this will survive, last, and regenerate. This side area here, if these guys don't get dealt with now... Oh, that's why, because this big fucking window. Can I get this smaller? Anyway. Yeah, nightmare mode, mate. Nightmare mode. And they are defending with poison capsules, to be fair, as well. And Nura just went down, but I'm guessing he's by the front of the wall, right? Are they making it in? Yes, they are. How is the power? Surely isn't a problem. It's tight. I think that the north, being in such a like further up position, have more room for the bugs to go. Potentially the south being so small and compact in nature, maybe the bugs just find the silo first. I mean, these waves you can kill them for sure, but it's like, when's the next one coming? You know? Do we have any? Well, hang on, I take that back. Yeah, devastation. And they're doing a good job to kite the bugs outside of the base to stop them from coming in. But even just a few of them at the walls will just destroy them. This is... You hate to see it. Because I believe that, you know, had the south, maybe just not sent straight away and saved 5 rockets or saved 10 rockets and then sent, maybe we'd be in a different state. But these bugs are just, yeah, if they touch you, you're dead. There you go. One spit and the car is down. Sticklord will try gallantly to defend this. But there's another pack of bugs in the darkness here, and they're going to go either left or right. If they go left, it's a very thin wall here. 1, 2, 3, 4 deep. 4 deep. They'll find this. 100% they'll find this, and they'll get through. Alright, time to check in on that buffer number, because it is important. You know, things are getting, broken into now. The bugs are making it into the north, and as well as they're making it into the south. The south obviously have some clear problems, and if left unchecked, the bugs will make it all the way to the end of the game. What was I going to go look at? Oh, here we go. So they've gone from 1,500 lost to 1,800 on the north. They have 500 buffered, so they're still making some, which is fair enough. The south have lost 1,200. Oh, it's pretty brutal out there. The chicken is... I'm getting a workout on my jaw. I'm taking it small pieces at a time, mate. So that's why I come off the mic, is nobody wants to hear me chewing for like 30 seconds to eat a tiny piece of chicken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan around and then try and just find the breakthroughs for you whilst I eat. And then I'll give a bit of commentary as we go. And obviously look at the amount of devastation in this area. Like, if this isn't the wave that killed the south, this will be the wave that opened the door. You know, the same as the wave over here. Like, they've opened a door up here that can easily be walked through the next wave, next wave, next wave. So, yeah. The north, I guess, just hold through their sheer size. The base is enormous. The bugs need to really get down the map to get anywhere near you. So, they've done a good job there, keeping the base large. But, at what point do they fold? At what point do the south just not able... Sorry, at what point are the south unable to absorb the bugs coming in? And I think we're reaching that tipping point now. The bugs are through, and they're now running around with impunity. There are some lasers, yes, and the lasers will continue to attack and affect them, but power's low on them. This might be it. This is the best they have. And it's not enough, and there will be more. More waves will come in. You hate to see it, but you love it too. Happens every week. One team wins, one team loses, and it normally ends up looking like this. Just pure devastation. Now, the big question I have is, can the South fall back? Is there a point in the map where they can fall back to? And no, there isn't. There's no lasers at the silo. There's no intermediate defenses. This is it. This was the idea. They almost had them. They almost had the North. But they're now dealing with 326% bugs to the 300 of the North. The waves just aggress onto the walls now with no defenses in place, and they will just tear this down again and start from where they left off last. The outpost is currently being torn through by some bosses as well, so that's the end of the outpost for now. And meanwhile, yeah, the rest of the defenses near the nuke. Near the nuke is, yeah, tentatively close to blowing up by the bugs, so it's not looking great. The North are experiencing their share of pain too, but their defenses have multiple layers to it, and they have people actively defending as well. That doesn't mean the bugs aren't coming through. They are, and they're causing massive, massive devastation. The question here is, who ends first? Who dies first? And you'd have to say, if the North had a base the size of the South, then the South potentially might have a chance here. But at the moment, all of that light pink area is stuff that used to exist that doesn't now. And yeah, it continues on like a flip book. Yeah, I never needed it. Never needed it. This is a good play. Don't see this that often. The Stone Furnace spam. That can actually tie up large amounts of bugs. So, you know, if you can trap them in here, potentially you could buy yourself a minute or two. My question here is, you know, how long until the North cave in? It's happening. It is actually happening. But will it happen fast enough? Either side could lose here, by the way. Either side absolutely is in a losing position. We talked about loss earlier on, about losing things. Oh, fucking hell. That was 1,800 lasers lost like a minute ago, 2 minutes ago. It's now at 2,300 lasers lost. So they've lost almost 500 lasers. No, more than that. 600 lasers last time we checked. My math is terrible. 500 lasers, sorry. Meanwhile, the front door of the South is open. It's wide open. It's been blown off. The whole front of the house has been blown off, to be fair. There's nothing really here left. The nuke is still up, though. So, you know, the bugs have been quite kind there. They're not coming for the nuke just yet. Is there any reason why this box is so large when it's out here? Can I collapse this? Do I need to see this? Everybody reloading into the game. Do you see what I mean? Like that is not good GUI right there. Surely that drops in? I don't know. I've just noticed that now, actually. So the bugs are regressing down towards, effectively, the end of the game. The silo. The rocket silo. There's not much of a distance between them and it, and there are lots of them, and the silo is just on his own. Okay, got you. It's just frustrating. Like, when you pull this out, you get this whole thing. I don't know. Either way, And there's so many people reconnecting, like... I'd get to a point where I'd lock people out. If you get disconnected, I'd send them to a streamer and say, look, if you can't handle the game now because your computer's kicking you out, just go and watch one of the many. And it's not just me streaming. There'll be other people like Califabop and Roomboggler streaming as well. You know, tune into them because you'll see the end of the game rather than getting kicked, coming back, getting kicked, coming back. That must be frustrating as all hell. The first wave of bugs make it tentatively close to the rail line, which is very close to the silo. The silo has been building rockets non-stop. It's built 27. 27 rockets is normally enough to win you a game. However, the North have built 27. That's interesting. They've both made the same amount of rockets. They just made them at different times, held their science at different times, and sent at different times. That could work. That could work. Yeah, look at that. They've both sent 27. They've both built 27 rockets. Very different bases, very different designs, very different players in the game, and yet they came out with the same amount of rockets. That's it. That's wild, mate. That's wild. It goes to show how close these games really are. You know, especially at this level, you're not going to get a captain that doesn't know what's going on. Oh, damn. Train saw. Are we going to see a train saw? Are we about to lose a load of late game science parts? Okay, yeah, that train is cooked. They're going to flatten that pretty quick. Alright, let's go and watch a load of LDS go up in smoke. Although, will they go for the car? I don't know. Are they close to the silo? Not really. We just launched another rocket. Califabop moves in for the save. Grabs his stuff, last dies. Damn. Almost made a hero play. And just as another rocket goes up and down, the bugs do have some walls to fight through, but it won't be enough. This is effectively a game. In terms of the North's defense, yes, it got crushed, but it still kind of stood strong. Whatever was left of it stood strong enough to absorb what's left. The bugs broke through in areas, yes, but they didn't make it to this level, this close. Deep inside the sanctuary of the South space, close to the rocket silo, the bugs begin to aggress. Through the myriad of walls and belts and undergrounds, inserters, rocket building parts, the cargo landing pad, the behemoths make it close. Breaking boxes, beating belts, belting beacons, and eventually making it to the silo itself. Chipping it down one punch at a time, one piece of acid at a time. You'd hope that the South might be able to make it back from this, but nobody ever does. And before you know it, if it wasn't this guy, by the way, it would be all the ones coming in like down here and there. So silo on yellow health. Slowly getting chipped away. One bug munching on the hull. Red health now. 2 hits away. 1 hit away. He's dying slowly. And boom, that's it. That's game. I will be here for tomorrow's game as well. Absolutely. I'll be here for tomorrow's game, and we will start moving into the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and then the finals too. First thing I'm going to do is type in GG. The second thing I'm going to do is my predictions, because I always take ages to do that, and actually it's a really quick thing I can do, so let me do my predictions. The North won, everyone. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's go to my channel. So I will be back with more biter battles. Should we raid? Let's raid someone. I like raiding people. It's kind of fun. Should we raid somebody? Do you have anybody that you like, that you watch, that is that's currently streaming? Yeah, let's raid the dough. Let's raid the dough. Let me get up Twitch real quick so I can spell the name correctly. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Another game. It'll be more of the same. It will be more of the same, but the game will be different, obviously, with 2 different captains. So you guys got some... Whoever played North, right, 15% of you bet on North. That's not bad going. That is not bad going at all. Right, let's go to Twitch. The Doe is a speedrunner and an incredibly quick player of the game. So, you know, you should be should catch the mid run. Let's go Factorio. And yeah, there we go. All right, that's how you spell it. Perfect. And see if you can get them, see if you want to, see if we can convince them to join us on Biter Battles one day. That would be cool. Oh wait, hang on a second. Raid. There we go. Got it right in the second time. Yeah, guys, thanks for joining me again. I massively appreciate it. You know, it's fun to be back. It's fun to be streaming again. So I will catch you at the next one. I hope you guys have a really good afternoon, evening, wherever you are, morning. And I'll see you tomorrow at the next one. If not, I'll see you next week. And if not, I'll just see you whenever. So I hope you have a good one. Goodbye. Again, they should be identical. Hello, Ghosty. Just doing some diagnosis here, actually.